Hello, everybody. It's time to end the question arcs, to end the first half of Umineko. We're going. So thank you, Quinn. To give a few little housekeeping things. First, I will get to the super chat stuff in just a second. Let me address a couple of points that we need to hit before we go into this. So, number one, because of that intro that you just saw, that wonderful hype intro, and something else later, this stream is absolutely getting fucking demonetized. Like, just no question about it. I was prepared for it. I was willing to let it happen. That being said, super chats are more than ever appreciated tonight. Second of all, the main episode, as in like the stuff before the tea parties, is pretty much almost over, but the tea party is really long, so don't get too worried once the episode ends. There's still going to be plenty left to do. Once the tea parties are over, we'll still be doing Theory Corner and art, but we will also be having a special preview of what is to come. And next week is break week, but an Umineko related stream will still be happening. I will drop the details at the end. And now, let's look back at what you guys were saying just a second ago. Iconic Laser with the $16. 16 for 16. To think this series went from a one-off to a full adaptation of the question arcs. Thanks, Marcy, for bringing this cast to life and opening the door to the Golden Land for so many. I was just looking back at the old streams the other day, and I was like, wow, it is really crazy that I just kind of did this one-off and didn't think it would go anywhere. And now here we are. And I'm really excited to share this with all of you. Thank you, Bailey, for gifting 20 memberships. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Citrine Ray with Canadian $10. Gonna be headed to work soon, so I'll be lurking. Gonna miss the question arcs. Happy birthday, chat. Happy birthday, chat. And yeah, we're so on the verge of so many juicy details. Quinn with the 20 pounds. I need to flee before I'm going to be spoiled too badly. Hoping to catch up sooner or later, maybe for the next stream. Hey, I mean, you know, absolutely. We will welcome you here as soon as you get here. We'll look forward to it. Have fun going back through the other VODs. Norsad, is this the first of the question arcs? No, the question arcs are the first 4 arcs in Umineko. There are 8 in total, so this is the end of the 4th arc that we're about to hit. The first one was the very first stream. So, yeah, about 16 streams ago. But there is a playlist on my channel. If you look at the playlists and find the Umineko playlist, you'll be able to start from the very beginning if you need to. And I would definitely recommend that if you were just popping in and don't know anything about what's going on right now. Rahela Waters, yeah, we already passed that scene that you're thinking of, I think, in the last stream. But yes, it was, it did have that. I don't think it has any other ones like, I don't think it has any other unfortunate wording choices like that, though. S. John Paul with the $20. I so appreciate these streams. So excited to get into this. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. June Pop, how far are we in the series? Technically, we're on the 4th episode, but is the 2nd arc longer? I would say we are actually technically, like, by the end of this episode, we will be a little over halfway through. Because, you know, the episode 4 is the longest episode by far. So, that being said, why don't we go ahead and get into the game? This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Maria's Sorcière will ultimately be guided to. There, all wishes come true, and all magic and dreams come into being. In that garden of gold roses were 2, and only 2, witches. At my uninvited appearance, the atmosphere trembled with unrest. Hey, thank you for becoming a channel member, by the way, Quinn. What was to them an ominous wind shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattering in the wind was without a doubt something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk through the golden roses noticed me and reacted in surprise.
Ange! Beato, it's Ange!
How did you get here? Leave us alone. I no longer invite anyone here.
Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria One-chan. A world where she could always be alone with friendly Maria One-chan, conversing about magic while drinking tea. No one to hurry them, and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, that was a small and complete universe.
Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. This game won't move on unless you come back. I said I was tired of it, and I'm done with it. I will not return to the game anymore.
Beato is going to be here all the time with me. We'll drink tea here together and think of lots of ways to play.
Bailey with the $5. Hey, just popping in to say thanks for the streams. I've been catching up on the VODs as a way to re-experience the VN, and now I'm gonna hop back. Take care. Take care, and thank you for the money. I appreciate it.
You can play with us too, Ange.
Maria, we decided against that. As long as I have you, I'm satisfied. Tell me that you too are satisfied as long as you have me.
Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato. So I'll be with you. Just us is enough.
Maria, thank you. I'm grateful.
Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe within their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could create. No matter how small it was, that world was complete. But I have to tear it apart.
Sorry, but I can't let things be that way. I came to smash this golden land of Maria Sorcier. Why would you break my world? Who has this world inconvenienced, outside of Maria and myself? This game that you started and then walked away from without finishing is keeping Oni-chan waiting forever! If you don't return to your seat, the match will never end! There's no longer even a single player in that game. Battler vanished and I came here and vanished as well. That game is already over. It's not over! You started that game, didn't you? Take proper responsibility and see it through to the very end! Either defeat Battler and give birth to the world that you truly wished for, or be defeated and release everything swallowed up by your magic! Take responsibility until the very end!
Don't, Ange. Beato will spend her time in this world with me. Just the two of us together for eternity. And I don't need anything else either as long as I have Beato. All wishes come true here. Everything is here.
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Maria One-chan and Beatrice's thoughts and feelings. To drag Beato out of this world, I have to destroy it. Destroy this golden land, which means the final word of peace for Beatrice. Which must be the final world of peace for Beatrice, rather. One-chan, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar. It hasn't granted the one wish you truly wanted to come true.
That's not true. Everything is granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here.
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. And after smiling sweetly at me, she softly became golden petals and crumbled.
Anything can be created here. Even you can be, and Battler and Giorgio Oni-chan, and Jessica One-chan. You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. You come too, Ange. Let's play together.
Sorry, One-chan. And what about Sakutaro? Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan's face looked as though she was choking.
Stop it. Do not speak that name.
Beato's expression changed as well. and she put her arm around Maria, hugging her as if to protect her. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan. Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria One-chan's best friend. Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful Golden Land? Why in this Golden Land, where all wishes come true, is Sakutaro the only one you can't summon? That's because... It's alright, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakutaro.
Sakutaro was killed by Mama!
Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, butterflies flew up throughout the garden, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal Sakutaro and tore him apart. Maria's scream became a storm and violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold. Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of a dear friend precious to both Maria and myself! In that case, why won't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic? I would have if I could! But that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that unique object being torn apart is... You aren't fooling anyone. Why can't you revive Sakutaro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. I most certainly can revive him. With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this. I could even bury this garden in Sakutaro's. Yeah, I'll bet you could, with your magic. But One-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakutaros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch.
Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Ange? Beato can use a lot of magic. She's a very wonderful witch. Sakutaro was the only thing she couldn't revive, but she can do anything else. So I can put up with not having Sakutaro.
No, One-chan. That's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, Beatrice was not a real witch.
That's wrong. It's because Sakutaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made by hand herself, and
that's why she can't revive him? Is Beatrice's? Is your magic that inconvenient? In that case, do you claim that you can revive Sakutaro? Can you do that with your magic? I can. What? Maria One-chan, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakutaro for you.
Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, you know? Can you really?
Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me. Once I've revived Sakutaro,
Yes.
leave this Golden Land. I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine together. If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum amount of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. If that breaks down, the world is destroyed. To drag out the witch who shut herself away in the Golden Land, I have to destroy this world. Yes, and that is the proof that you are not a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you are not a witch. No! I will not give up on Maria. I hate you. Leave right now. Get out of here! Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes. How selfish can you be? Watch and learn, Beatrice. And you, Maria One-chan. This is true magic.
Can you really revive Sakutaro?
There's no way! This is a Golden Land for Maria and me alone! There is not a single piece of magic that an outsider like you could use here. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly.
Be quiet, Beato! Don't get in Ante's way!
When Maria yelled, the storm abruptly stopped, and the area returned to silence. as the massive amount of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down. That scene looked so fantastical, as though a golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only, miracle, unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beato's heart raced as she watched Maria do this. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... this world would... But it's inconceivable. An absolute impossibility. That stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it is an absolute certain impossibility.
This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. Go right ahead. I defy you to do it! USHIROMIYA!
At Beato's scream, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Come, try to remember. Maria's close friend, Sakutaro. Try to remember what form you had. Try to remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbows aside, Maria dashed forward.
Sakutaro! Sakutaro!
Then, she threw her arms around him and me both. It's all right. Sakutaro won't disappear.
Uryu, Maria, I'm back. Sakutaro! 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 I missed you.
It was unmistakably that lion, that Sakutaro's stuffed animal. Maria had forgotten its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. But the instant she hugged the stuffed animal, everything came back to her vividly.
Uryu, Maria, I'm back. Sakutaro! Sakutaro! Is your body alright? You aren't hurting anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, you're alright everywhere? Uryu, Anji revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Welcome back, Sakutaro. I'll always be with you from now on, Maria. Together forever. So don't let go of me, okay? Yeah. Won't let go. Never ever.
Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked at me with tear-filled eyes.
Thank you, Anche. Your magic is amazing. Why? Why were you able to revive Sakutaro? Even Beato couldn't do it.
Impossible. Impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible.
What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right?
It cannot possibly be magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakutaro. There's no way it could. That stuffed animal was a special stuffed animal. Rosa made it for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, only one of its kind...
See? It's magic, right? With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. And she looked at Maria and Sakutaro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
Beatrice, this really is magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice!
Mm-mm. It is magic. That is true magic.
How can Ange use a magic that even Beato can't do? How? How? Ange's awesome. Ange's an awesome witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me.
Yes, that's right, that's right, One-chan. I'm the Witch of Resurrection, Ange. There's nothing that cannot be revived by me.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Even Beato said the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Ange, you're awesome! A real great witch.
At that moment, Maria's and Sakutaro's forms flashed gold, and the two became golden flower petals and crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other place of peace. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Goodbye, Maria One-chan. And be happy forever. It's all right. I'm sure you exist in One-chan's world as well, but that doesn't refer to you. I am happy for you, Maria. And as your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Beato's face was a mixture of what probably every expression a human could muster. That expression, it was joy, it was anger, it was sadness. That is the basis of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually caused greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. Not for Beatrice. The Golden Land began to crumble away. The earth gave way like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet-black floor. It was a small, nondescript, and very dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, and while there were windows, they let no light into this place, Beatrice's smoking room. Even as Beato moaned from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. A seat was there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she had left it. The game board, too, was preserved in the same state in which Beato had abandoned it. This is your seat. Sit. So this is the only seat for me to sit in. Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Win or lose, that is all you are given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. But the one thing I will not allow is for you to suspend the game and throw it away. Either win and survive or lose and disappear. Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. Isn't that your only duty as the host of a witch's game? As the Golden Witch, Beatrice? Laughing weakly, Beato sat down. Then she rested her elbows on the table, covered her face with both hands, and managed to put together a smile with just her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Very well then. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Spare me the pity show. Win. Use the very best moves you have. You started this game. You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Enough with all this indecisive fooling around. Just then, there was a heavy sound. Beato felt a cold and pitiful sensation on her leg.
Gotcha! I finally got you, eh, Beato?
Oh, if it isn't the great Lady Lambda Delta. To think that you were still here. Beato's foot was locked in an ice-cold steel shackle, fastening her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat.
You won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I'm more persistent than I look. Surprising, huh?
I'm more surprised that you weren't already aware of it.
You are not permitted to leave early or suspend the game. You'll fight for all eternity, in order to win, of course. You don't want to lose, right? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose? Don't worry, you can win. Until you do, I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will stick right by you and look after you for all eternity.
But even if I wish to fight, I have no opponent across from me, correct? It's alright. I've found Battler. When Bernkastel appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll. Without the one pillar that established his soul, he had fallen into the very depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. By rights, he should have dispersed and vanished like mist. Bernkastel had managed to scrape him back together. It was surprising that she had managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his body had returned, his soul had not. It was blown away when his existence was denied by Beatrice. It wouldn't come back very easily. Battler won't run from this fight either. Not until he beats you. We won't permit such boorishness as to throw everything away and run just because the chances of winning have grown slim. Not even he himself wants that. Right, USHIROMIYA Battler? Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer. Battler! Get a hold of yourself! You are here, and the enemy is before your eyes! Fight! Fight to win! Battler lazily and incoherently parroted her words. He was back, but the trauma inflicted on his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he had respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. I am not USHIROMIYA Battler. Don't talk stupid! You are USHIROMIYA Battler and no one else! No matter who else admits that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself! You are the only one who can create your own world, you know! Don't lose the world where you are USHIROMIYA Battler! Then, who am I? I'm not Mom's kid. Where was I born from? Battler asked while gazing lazily up at the ceiling, with eyes that still hadn't regained their sparkle. Of course, she answered right away. Yes, that's true. Beato declared it with the red truth. So I'll declare it too. USHIROMIYA Battler is not USHIROMIYA Asumu's son. In that case, he's not qualified to be my opponent in this game, is he? Repetition requested for Beatrice. USHIROMIYA Battler is not USHIROMIYA Kinzo's grandchild. As Beato wrinkled her forehead, a pained smile rose to her face. Declining to repeat, I see. Beato declared two red truths. You are not Asumu's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory will see you accepted as qualified without any contradictions. This is my blue truth. Listen to this! The one who is qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, USHIROMIYA Battler. And whether that person is Asumu's son or not is not an issue. In other words, you can be Kinzo's grandchild even if you are not Asumu's son. As long as you are Rudolph's son.
What a stupid word game.
Blue truth, valid. Beato, your counter-argument with red truth? If you cannot counter it with the red truth, there's no problem with Battler's qualifications as an opponent. Battler was still out of it. He still really couldn't understand what she was saying for him, but even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit. Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself! You are USHIROMIYA Battler! Yeah, maybe Asumu Okasan didn't give birth to you. But so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushiromiya Ange to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood. It's about bonds, isn't it? Yeah. Even though we don't share the same blood, Ange is my little sister. Say it in red! Say that Ange is your little sister! Ange is my little sister! It worked. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So strongly that it hurt. I don't know why Asumu Okasan wasn't your birth mother, but still, until today you believed that she was your mother. And you still do, right? In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family. Did Asumu Okasan ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten way too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly. Remember, for Asumu Okasan's sake, don't lose your affection because of some stupid ravings from a witch. Right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark. I want to go home. Where's all of my family? The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears formed there. Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. She needs you at least to come back, or she'll be alone forever. For your little sister's sake, if nothing else, please win this witch's game. My little sister. But the thing is, I don't know anymore. Why do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato forever? I've had enough. In that case, hurry up and finish off this game and go back home! Ushiromiya Battler, how long are you gonna play around in a place like this? Your little sister is waiting for you to come home! That's right. Battler was caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and unable to understand what he was fighting for. He was taken along at the witch's pace, toyed with and made to fight, for a very long time. That should have been the simplest and first question. Not understanding that is why he loses his purpose for fighting. It's why my voice doesn't reach his ears. What he needs is not some vague purpose, like winning against the witch or because she's unforgivable. He needs to become aware of a purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home. To Mom and Dad. And Ange. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough. Battler's soul is starting to come back. But it can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and come home. No. No more witches. Enough of Beato. Enough of everything. And you too. You're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. I can't trust anything. I can't trust any words that aren't read. Leave me alone. Leave me alone! Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, so tightly that it hurt. I have to come home, Oni-chan! Don't leave me all alone! Huh? Who are you? It's me! It's Ange! No one's coming back home! Oni-chan, not you, not Mom, not Dad! I'm so lonely! Please hurry up and come home! Ange. So you were... Ange. That's right. I'm Ange. The Ushiromiya Ange of a world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Rokkenjima that day.
the witch before your eyes stole away my whole family. Even you. Only you can finish her, Oni-chan. Finish her! And take your family back! And then come home to me! It stole my family.
As she says, I will not run away from or hide it. I stole USHIROMIYA Ange's family away from her. Battler is my toy! His father and mother too! All of them are my toys! I won't give them back to you! You may continue to wander alone forever, awaiting the return of your family that is never to be! From Ange's arms that held him, the very painful, sad, and lonely days that his little sister, left all alone, had gone through, flowed into Battler. Because he had been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all alone and had been forced to endure such painful days. Ange! Ange! Shit! What have I been doing? Thanks a bunch, Ange. Oni-chan has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Ange was clutching his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't. Sweat? Hot drops splashed the back of Battler's neck. What they were, he discovered by holding Ange's arm as she clung to him, because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers red. Blood. Ange! Are you alright? Hey! It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler couldn't tell for sure because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops staining his entire back were surely blood. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule that I wasn't allowed to break. This was it. Letting you find out that I was Ange. It was so hard. My Oni-chan was right before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell him. If I'd just followed the rule, I would have been able to stay by your side forever. You and me together, playing the game against the witch for eternity. But that's no good! Chan, you have to go back. Back home! Your sister is waiting for you. That person isn't me. But this way, your sister will find her salvation. Ange! Ange! There's so much blood! So much! He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't because of how tightly Ange was gripping his head. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Ange's pained breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. Don't worry. I'm just a piece. You know, in chess, they have this thing called a sacrifice. What? Who cares about that? Let's get you some first aid quickly. Let's go for a second, Ange. A sacrifice is a thrown piece. For the sake of the strategic vision, you intentionally let a piece go, in full awareness of the loss. The ultimate goal in chess is victory against the opponent, so sacrificing a few individual pieces is no problem if they can bring you to the victory in the end. Ange had made a level-headed decision. She had been told over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now, she herself needed to become a sacrificial piece. Battler had to be made aware. His purpose in playing this witch's game must not be something abstract like finishing off the witch. He needs to win the game. He needs to release himself, and he needs to bring his family back home. Why? Because he has a family, a little sister, waiting for him to come home. A being created to bring USHIROMIYA Ange's voice to him. That is who Ange Beatrice is, who I am. I will use the piece I am as a sacrifice, to give Oni-chan the will to fight, to give him purpose. Oni-chan, my purpose is not to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you USHIROMIYA Ange's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose! Ange! Ange!
The white, skinny arm holding Battler was pale and transparent, almost like wax, but it was stained so cruelly with fresh blood.
I'm going to disappear now, but you fight with all you've got. And make sure you come back to me, okay? I'll be waiting. Always. I planned on helping you out a whole lot more than this, but I couldn't do anything. Sorry.
Don't worry about that! You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win! And that I absolutely have to win and come back to you! What have I been doing lazing around playing in a place like this? Yeah, I'm not playing around here anymore. I'm gonna come back. You better believe I'll come back. I'm definitely gonna come back, bringing a souvenir, I promise!
I don't need one. So just promise me one thing.
What is it? I'll promise anything!
In a second, I'm going to take my hand away. It must have hurt, right? I held so tightly. Sorry. I'm alright. You don't have to turn around, so before I go, show me you at your coolest. Rise from your seat, point at the witch before your eyes, and declare that this game will recommence!
Ange's hand slid and disappeared behind me. The stark marks of her fingers were left behind in the blood that had been oozing from her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Ange's wounds.
Ange! Ange.
And you even promised that you wouldn't turn around.
Ange. Where'd she... Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had all been smashed, there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Ange had been wearing lay crumpled as though they had been thrown off, as though a human's insides alone had been pulverized and discarded, as though Ange, who had been standing there until just a second ago, had been crushed. Ange? Where is Ange? Where did Ange disappear to? Hey! Where did Ange disappear to? The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I did not want to accept it.
I was right in front of you, watching the whole time. Watching what happened to Ange behind you.
Do you know? Where did Ange go?
While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pinchers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off of her and threw them away. I was watching. I watched as countless cruel tools, red-hot from the witch's furnace, approached Ange from behind, and one bit at a time, pecked at her flesh, twisted it off, ripped it off in chunks, and tore her to pieces. Ange should be proud. In order to exchange her last words with her brother, she withstood the gasps of pain until the end. She should be proud of that.
Like hell that happened. But rolling there, on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head. Those pink bead hair ornaments. To be honest, I was thinking they were a bit too childish and didn't really suit her, so I remembered them well. Why has Ange been wearing these cheap hair ornaments all this time? No. This can't be Ange. It couldn't be.
That was honest, Beato.
Battler didn't see it. So you could have just said that she turned into butterflies and flew away or something.
guys also saw that happen? You watched Ange get torn into little bits? You were watching, and yet you kept your faces that calm? Without answering, Bernkastel, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice looked at me, some in pity, others in derision. She was calling herself Gretel. So after what happened with Virgilia in the last game, I was thinking up until now she might be Beato's underling. And I was making sure not to trust her even though she was on my side. And then, just as I learned that it was actually Ange, I'm not permitted to see her face. And when I turn around, I find something like this.
What does it matter? About your little sister.
What did you say?
You will never return from this place in any case. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the Anges of countless worlds will live in isolation. And the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon them, diluted over a period of more than a decade. However, that is of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You cannot observe it. An unobservable truth cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Ange's future unhappiness might well be an ungrounded fear. She might, surprisingly enough, have an easy life ahead of her, never needing to work thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right?
That was a lie. From Ange's arm, every part of the sad world that follows had poured into me for an instant. It's all because I keep on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this! I never thought about anyone but myself. I have to defeat her. I have to take back my family and come back to Ange, who's waiting for me as soon as humanly possible. Because even as I hang around with the witch like this, Ange's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Ange, is this what you wanted to see? Towards the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Ange's brutal last moments, slowly. And yet, with all my might, I pointed. Beatrice! Resume this game. I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you get away either!
As I like it. I can no longer escape or hide. Let us settle this between us, for certain. One will win. One will lose and be destroyed. No other resolution exists.
I will win. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely defeat you! In this match, there will no longer be any compromise, interruptions, or losing by default! I won't run away. You won't get away! Come take me down with everything you've got! There's no need for stupid tricks or deceptions, no need for interacting with each other weirdly or acting all friendly. You and I are enemies! I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Ange!
Unwavering purpose. Absolute certain willpower. A human's certain willpower becomes certain magical power that acts as a miracle and makes it a promise. Yes, this is a promised certain miracle. Is there not even a 1 in 10 billion chance? No. Is it certain that there is not even a fragment of a miracle that could make my victory happen? Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, fastening me to the chair. All that is left is to either be killed by Battler and be defeated, or resist that and repeatedly tie for all eternity. No, I guess that's repeatedly tie until I prepare my heart for death. Either way, I must now fight only to lose. I have already been bound in eternal chains, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg for his forgiveness? Should I ask for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I disregard appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that will not be granted me. Checkmate. The perfect endgame. However, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the demon lord of gold who reigns over the Golden Land. It may be a losing battle, But there still exists an attitude befitting my stature, and I have the right to beautify my death in a manner fitting for me. And I, likewise, I will make you accept the existence of my magic and open the door to the Golden Land on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at the very first tea party. Everyone besides you has gathered already, you see. Because the arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival.
Yeah, suits me. Suits me absolutely perfect. Magic and witches. What a load of bullshit. I'm done playing games with you. Here we go, Beatrice.
I suggest you hold nothing back, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. One will win, and one will be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me. However, I will not go down without a fight. I can resist repeatedly until you prepare a fitting end for me. Are you capable of doing that? Yes, I'm sure you can. I know you can. Now, come. Kill me. Am I making you uncomfortable? Then let's go with something more familiar. Like hell, I'll be killed! Even if I can't win, I can still frustrate the hell out of you by not giving you victory, right? Oh, that's a good look on your face. Try and kill me! Just try and kill me! USHIROMIYA battler!
Oh, we are not done yet. No, we are not done yet. Daniel the Spaniel, thanks for the £2. Beato is so silly. Yeah, she's being so goofy right now. All right. Are you ready? It's time. Let's get some tea. Peanut Kicks with the $5. Thank you for chills. Thank you. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Habaki Gaming with the $2. Those red truths really hurt me now more than ever. Yeah. Yep. An iconic laser, $2. Begin. White to move. It's time. I don't have a clue what to make of all of this. Please, someone explain what happened yesterday in a way that I can understand. I continued helping myself to the food in the mansion's kitchen. That massive commercial refrigerator had everything. I could eat and drink as much as I liked. I'd have more than enough to eat even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week. With the bottle in one hand, half of which I'd already drunk, I helped myself to some sliced ham. I wonder just how expensive this stuff is. Man, you ingredients are out of luck. If only you had Goda-san cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. A Rogue 123987 with the £20. Beato is so normal and fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's definitely not going through it right now. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day, would end. the insanity of yesterday's October 4th didn't seem real. That was how little had happened after my so-called test. Kamikaze with the 20, a donation to celebrate peak. Yeah, we're all experiencing peak fiction right here in this stream chat. Nothing was happening. No phone calls, no letters. No one coming to see me. No one coming to attack me. Not a goddamn thing. Neon Roses with the $5. Beato having the normalest one of all time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Be the one. This tea party is like, what, 2 whole hours long? Yeah. Yup. It sure is. Give me back all the time and energy I wasted being on edge. An entire day. A full 24 hours. And absolutely nothing happened. And I'm sure that nothing will continue to happen as well. A full 24 hours ago, I was called to the front of the mansion by Beatrice. There, I was given some kind of weird test to do with determining the successor to the head or something. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but unfortunately we just didn't seem to be getting each other. Beatrice got bent out of shape for no reason and stopped talking to me. I yelled at her to say something, but she wouldn't say a word. Then I asked where Maria was, and she just told me to go to the chapel and went away. What an astounding anticlimax. Stupid as it was still a test, so at least tell me whether I've passed or failed for hell's sake. What is she trying to say? Good work, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Annoying bitch. In any case, I then headed to the chapel. Both George Aniki and Jessica had been killed after failing their tests. I couldn't let Maria be killed too. Besides, I thought this could be a chance to catch whoever it was while they were in the process of trying to kill Maria. When I was young, Jessica often told me that I'd get in trouble if I went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't sense anyone there, but there was a bundle of keys lying in front of the door. I thought this might be a message to open the door to the chapel, but after trying all of the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that the key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could possibly open the door to the mansion. Finding no sign of Maria, I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. Still, it's pretty amazing how good humans are at adapting. Technically, that smell was still pervading the entire mansion, but I'd grown completely used to it and stopped minding it by this point. It didn't feel like anything more than an old house where someone had burnt some meat. The stench knocked me back on first entering, but I ignored it and decided to head down to the dining hall, where I found all of those corpses that were in such a sorry state that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san had hesitated to speak of them in any detail.
Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that she was killed with a gun. Ushiromiya Eva. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that she was killed with a gun. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. His head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think he was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that he was killed with a gun. Ushiromiya George. Corpse discovered by the Rose Garden Arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It seems reasonable to think he was shot with a gun or something. It was a brand of humiliation, marking his loss to Gap. Ushiromiya Rudolph. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. His head was half destroyed. It seemed... Okay, like, we don't need to keep reading these. They're the same description for every single one. Rosa is the exact same, and Genji is also the exact same.
They were the remains of the very first victims, Natsuhi and the rest. Each of them had half of their head dramatically splattered out. And it was such a gruesome sight that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could pronounce them 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining half of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them.
They'd really pulled out all the stops for these corpses. And finally, the bodies here weren't just the 6 of the first twilight. They had grown in number and now included one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. USHIROMIYA Maria, corpse discovered in the dining hall, unable to locate any notable external wounds. Battler speculated that it may have been some type of poisoning, the most peaceful method of inviting a person to the Golden Land. Drago Knight, Jessica doesn't have a corpse description because he hasn't discovered her body yet. She was lying next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the others had died. I ran about the mansion, swinging my hat stand spear, yelling,
Come out here, you bastard!
But there was absolutely no sign of anyone else. Thinking that they may be hiding somewhere and scheming to attack me from behind, I went around searching for possible hiding places. Sometimes being cautious, sometimes intentionally letting my guard down, trying all kinds of things, but in the end, not so much as a kitten appeared. Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue, mixed together with my drowsiness, made for the worst kind of dawn. Hold on just a second. Just checking something real quick. Okay. Humans are pretty incredible. Even though I didn't know where the hell the murderer was hiding, I was prioritizing drowsiness and fatigue over worrying for my life. By this time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. I had walked around the mansion for a full 6 hours until dawn broke, yelling at them to show themselves. I had done a painstaking search, tired myself out, and even let my guard down. Still, no one was coming to attack me. And so, at that point, I just said, screw it, do whatever you want. The boat wouldn't come until the typhoon passed. They were saying on TV that it wouldn't pass until tomorrow, so I had a whole day to waste. The idea of just lazing about didn't seem very appealing. So even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First, the dining hall, where the very first murders occurred. The 6 who were killed in the beginning really were pitiful to look at. The weapon was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. That seemed like valid reasoning. In comparison, Maria, who was the 7th body, had died in a far better and cleaner way. At a glance, there were no external wounds, and it wasn't clear how she had been killed. But there were signs that bubbles had been foaming from her mouth. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see on a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given her test there? Then why is she here in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother, dead? Assuming that the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes aren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a poison capsule or something and made to swallow it. That said, compared to the violently mutilated corpses scattered about this room, Maria's corpse was far too clean. With a gun, all you need to do is pull the trigger. But poison, whether injected or made to be swallowed, would take a lot more effort. Bearing in mind the culprit's brutal nature, too, I felt that Maria's death alone had clearly been given special treatment. Why was Maria alone given a sleep-like death? She was killed, so in that sense I still felt very sorry for her. There could be no doubt about that. But for some reason, the manner of Maria's murder in particular seemed very courteous to me. Maria had her hands joined on her chest in the way that the dead often do. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Maria was resting in peace, as though sleeping together with her mother, whose head was half crushed. For some reason, the contrast really bugged me. There are probably a lot of mysteries surrounding Maria's death, starting with the cause. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the 6 had been killed, 5 more had fallen through pitfalls and had been captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The floor was firmly laid with a majestic, if a bit worn out, carpet. It was clearly a single piece. If pitfalls are meant to open up in it, there would have been a seam in that one place. And anyway, if there was some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked over or ran my hands over the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden there. In the first place, it would be one thing if a single person had fallen, but it was a full 5 people. From what I could piece together from all of their stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places concealing pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So that with a single button press you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But even so, if Dad and the rest heard about this, maybe they'd say, "I wouldn't put it past Grandfather. You'd bet he'd do this. He'd make this." In any event, I didn't learn anything more than that from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claimed that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore the pitfalls even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed had been Jessica and George Aniki. I'd already discovered George Aniki when I was called out for my test. He was called out to the arbor in the rose garden and shot in the forehead, probably with a gun. As for Jessica, she was called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. I found the door to her room locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had the master keys. And the inside of the room was horrible, but the corpse was nothing I hadn't already familiarized myself with in the dining hall, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was dangling off the hook. Was she killed while on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head splattered out. Ushirimiya Jessica, corpse discovered in her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. Destroyed herself with her own strike, with George's counterattacking tight barrier. As far as I could tell by looking at the scene, it looked as though she had been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression from Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she had already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right. And she also said this. "By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half of my head spilled out." Yeah, she definitely said that. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Then, she was injured seriously enough that she steeled herself for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But it feels like, with the way she was talking on the phone, she was out of danger for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over the phone if the killer is right in front of you. So, did the culprit come partway through the phone call and kill her? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. No, like hell that counts for anything. If the culprit had stolen a master key from one of the victims, the fact that it was locked is meaningless. But there are no external wounds other than her head. In which case, should I assume the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual wound that destroyed her head were 2 different events, both of them made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and destroyed her head for real. Or something. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and seriously injured. And the culprit thought they'd killed her and went away for the time being. But then Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with a literal dying message. Then the culprit realized they had failed in killing her and rushed back to deliver the final blow to Jessica, who had lost consciousness from massive blood loss. That seems to make sense, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the form of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica said this.
George Nissan didn't make it either. Instant death, that was.
She said it almost as though she had witnessed George Aniki being killed. But while you could certainly see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, the arbor that George Aniki had been called out to was very far away. You could only just make out the roof. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And most important of all, Jessica left before George Aniki, so she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test had taken place by the arbor. How did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Then, in the course of my search of the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. Ushirimiya Kirie. Corpse discovered in a guest room inside the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of her forehead. It seems reasonable to think she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was rammed into her forehead, but it's difficult to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. Oh wait, okay, this is...
I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to torment her, nyeh.
She was in an old guest room, tucked away on the first floor. This was where all of us relatives used to stay before the guest house was built. The situation with Kirie-san was just like Jessica's. She was probably killed during her phone call with me. I don't think that my roommate is properly getting the door. Hold on just a second. Sorry about that, everybody. I had to answer the door because they locked themselves out and apparently didn't want to open the door with their keys. But I have food, so I will probably be breaking to eat in just a second. Let me reach a good stopping point to take a BRB. She was probably killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san was collapsed beside it. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, something like a stake with an occult-like design was buried into her forehead. It was too gruesome for me, so I pulled it out. What did I get? They brought me a buffalo chicken sandwich. From a local chicken place, which is pretty good. It was only after pulling it that I realized that this might get me into some trouble with the police later. So even though it was probably a little late now, I laid it by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably understood what this stake meant. Yeah, I know this. It's the method of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. That gouge with a stake and kill thing, probably. However, the human skull is very hard. Even with all of one's strength, could you really pierce through it this sharply? No. The way I reason it, this stake wasn't the cause of death. It was just used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed by being shot with a gun or something, like George Aniki. and the stake that was stuck in the hole left by the gun. Thinking about it that way, everything works out. But was Kirie-san really killed with a gun? She had said this on the phone as well. Kirie-san was under attack even though she was holed up inside a locked room. And this room actually was locked. And she had said something about a golden thread-like thing flying in through the keyhole and attacking her. And in fact, there were 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But still, a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old locks like you see in old mystery movies, you can peek through to the other side, where you can peek through to the other side, then you could understand that something might potentially have come through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, there was no hole going all the way through by construction. So no matter how thin an object it might have been, it's impossible to imagine that it could have penetrated through the keyhole from the outside and attacked her. Cylinder lock. Keyhole? But Kirie-san had definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole and spun around and around, aiming for her, attacking her. A golden thread attacking through the keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. Wait, actually, Kirie-san predicted that I probably wouldn't be able to understand all of this. And not just Kirie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group, everyone has been saying the same consistent thing. Grandfather is summoning witches and demons and killing people with magic. We witnessed it happening with our very own eyes. No tricks, no illusions, no choice but to believe it. They all said it with one voice. When that mysterious woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, once my feeling of tension faded completely, I had a level enough head to think that this was way too stupid to possibly be true. In that extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger, did they just lose their heads a little and mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people testified to the same effect, and on top of that, none of their opinions contradicted one another. If it had been a single person's statement, I'd been able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Krause with his head half destroyed.
USHIROMIYA Krause. Corpse discovered in the vicinity of the mansion's back entrance. His head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think he was murdered with something like a powerful gun. A demon stake was rammed into the destroyed portion of his head. None can escape the Chester's golden arrows. And with that body discovery, I think I will take my food BRB, so I will be right back, everybody. Thank you for your patience.
about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Sorry this is taking a bit longer than usual, Chad. This is like the messiest like takeout sandwich I've ever received in my life. The sopping wet beast of a thing. It's like a fucking creature in here. Anyway, I'll be done shortly. Okay, everybody. We're good. Let's continue our hunt around the mansion, shall we? Alright. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half destroyed. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuidorian, and somehow made it out of the secret underground passage and all the way here, he was killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-destroyed head was a stake with an occult design, just like the one that was driven into Kirie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the murder weapon. He was killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death he was struck with a stake like Kirie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kirie-san spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus too. Does there exist some kind of tool, like an endoscope, which is very thin but can be moved about at will? And then can also attack people? No way. I've never even heard of anything like that. But even so, if I voiced that suspicion to one of my relatives, perhaps they would say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make one. Since I can't refute the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, my only options are either to accept this completely incomprehensible weapon or else to accept that these murders were committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were the corpses of Dr. Nanjo and Shannon-chan. Nanjo. Nanjo Teramasa, corpse discovered behind the mansion. His head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think he was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. And Shannon, corpse discovered behind the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was lying next to the corpse. The witnesses understand one thing at least. It was not the stake that killed her. Both corpses had had their heads smashed, and there was a stake lying right next to each of their destroyed heads, though they weren't stuck in. All of the corpses were atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, half of which was blown off, was very painful. Then there was the well, inside which I was told was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Kuidorian. By this time I was beginning to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage to leave for Kuidorian. There were supposedly 10 or more of these guys, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair of any of them. It made a hell of a lot of sense to think they'd already escaped somewhere else. They had this typhoon to contend with. They couldn't go out to sea. Same for the forest. There was no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, there was only one place for them to go, the mysterious hidden mansion, Kuidorian. The secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy, screwing with me like this.
This time I'll march into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it!
The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters square. You could peer inside, but it wasn't really something a human could pass through. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it to be anything more than a simple cover to protect against falling in. But from what Kiryu-san had told me, I knew that it had to be made to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage at the bottom. But the cover was fixed in place extremely firmly, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to removing it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. Maybe it was sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The underground passage in this well is the biggest piece of information I have, that Kiryu-san gambled her last moments trying to tell me about.
Don't think you could stop me with something like this cover! I'll smash it to bits! I'll search for a tool!
I had an idea of where to get one, because I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Goto-san and Kumasawa-san in there. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goto-san, who was inside, dead. In other words, this gardening storehouse was a locked room. There was no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I would have to break the shutter. I wonder if there's a tool for that somewhere. It kind of felt like I was going in circles. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had been permeating the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, had a terrible stench, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there was several large tools there, and I was able to find a fire hatchet and a massive bolt cutter. And grandfather's corpse, too. Ushiromiya Kinzo, discovered as a burnt corpse from the incinerator in the underground boiler room. As there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seems reasonable to think he was burned after he was murdered. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. Yeah, actually, I might have heard that from Dad at some point long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyl with extra toes. It was apparently an old Ushiromiya tradition for people with extra fingers or toes to be treated as a good omen, saying they had good fortune or something. And that's why grandfather was selected to be the next head, or something along those lines. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I don't have a clue why he'd be dead and stuffed in a boiler in a place like this. A mysterious corpse burning and belching out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away in the end? Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's explanation. Now that I obtained a tool, I thought about immediately taking on the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyways. I thought I should check on the condition of Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck the bolt cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then, I came face to face with Goto-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. Yep. Goto Toshiro, corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. It is hypothesized that he was shot in the forehead and then strung up by his neck. They themselves put their necks in the nooses. It was an interesting experience to try on occasion. Kumasawa Chiyo, corpse discovered in the Rose Garden storehouse. It is hypothesized that she was shot in the forehead and then strung up by her neck. As long as a locked room could be constructed, anything would have sufficed. As a result, I learned some new facts. First, they did not die by being hanged. Their feet were solidly on the floor, and both of their foreheads showed signs that they had been shot with a gun. When I thought about what a normal noose was like, the rope seemed considerably on the long side. On top of that, The length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood upright with these nooses around their necks, there would be some extra length. In other words, these ropes were a bit unsuitable to hang someone with. The direct cause of death was probably the shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those deep holes, staining their faces a deep red. Then they were hung up by their necks and left on display. That probably makes the most sense. If they were shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead by peeking through the window. The mountain of stuff that would have gotten in the way, so if they had been lying down, they would have been hidden. Oh, okay. To make the deaths of those two known to the rest of us who couldn't get inside, they had to hang them up like this so we could tell from the outside. Was this to get back at us for thinking that the two of them would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave to Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. The key was in his trouser pocket. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the tag was still attached. In other words, the gardening storehouse was a locked room after all. And that gave rise to another question. Because this hanging was inexplicable, if they didn't commit suicide, then the nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but I really can't imagine that someone could have tied two ropes to the beam from the outside. And on top of that, they would have had to lift up the heavy corpses. There's just no way. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket and the shutter was still locked. In other words, the gardening storehouse was a locked room. Goda-san had said there would be only one key for the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there were actually multiple gardening storehouse keys and that Goda-san just didn't know about them, then this isn't even close to a locked room. But why is that God, they're talking pretty loud out there. But why is it that despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, these two corpses alone were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Assuming that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather, the deaths of 16 people had now been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. There's me and 16 corpses. Kanon-kun's corpse was the only one I hadn't been able to confirm yet. According to Kiria-san, he was killed while climbing out of the well and fell down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it was impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet-black darkness had no intention of showing me its innermost depths with this inadequate light. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I'd dragged out of the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over, until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It was impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... Yeah, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanon-kun cut through the metal bars. She told me that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and he used it to slice through the metal bars like a knife through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he snuck in a burner or something, and used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It sounds exactly like the kinds of laser beams that showed up in those robot anime I loved as a kid. Does stuff like that actually exist? And how did Kanon-kun get that laser beam? As much as I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now at the bottom of the well, beyond this cover. If Kanon-kun managed to slice through those metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It kind of feels like the locked room just now, with Goda-san locked inside, the gardening storehouse holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Kanon-kun's, I could do something about this cover myself. Just who is Canon-kun? He couldn't really be an inhuman being capable of using a strange power, right? Even Kiryu-san told me to believe in witches, and I've also met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon-kun possibly be a human on the witch side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse?
Oh. Treating him like the culprit simply because there is no corpse. And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Canon and making that into a human culprit theory. I will guarantee it with the red. Canon is dead.
Canon. Battler could not discover his corpse. Killing him with magic is all very well, but without a corpse he will inevitably be a suspect. Truly anti-fantasy. Which is why I guaranteed his death with the red truth. Truly anti-mystery.
Among the 5 in Kyurie's group, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim.
Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure. The Canon-kun is dead.
So, my whispering in red does not reach the peace hue. But it did reach you, right?
At a glance, this appeared to be a mass murder committed using something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even had testimony that something gold had flown around during the dining hall during the first 6 murders. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the locked room murders of the garden shed and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters. That talk of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there were more, and each and every one of them was ridiculous. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that there was some kind of a trick or a mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. Maria's mysterious death. Jessica somehow knowing that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse which I couldn't confirm actually belonged to my piece of shit grandfather. And more, and more. All stuff I just don't get! I tilted the bottle and glugged it down noisily. I didn't have a clue what was going on. After dinner last night, we kids were shooed out of the mansion and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was the massacre in the dining hall. Kiryu-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to a test or whatever and got killed. Kiryu-san's group managed to escape the dungeon somehow, but all of them were killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I've done nothing except be locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident had occurred and ended before I knew it. What could I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore! Now I'm nothing but a pig. You plan on leaving only me alive? Hurry up and show yourself and come kill me already. I can't be bothered to look for you anymore. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't had any sleep since yesterday, and I'm tired as all get out. You want to kill me? Be my guest. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest on the bed. As I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. At that very moment, it was exactly midnight. And the sound of the bell proclaiming that it was midnight rang out. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say to me? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself, and fight with me! Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of that big staircase. So, you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for an entire day.
Yes, I gave you a whole day. Were you able to sufficiently exercise the rights of the human side?
Yeah, I was bored, so I had a good go at it.
Ange was a good piece.
Don't you speak Ange's name.
She appeared through a miracle and sacrificed herself to give you the tenacity for certain victory.
Our Habaki Gaming with the $5 says, the last chance before the game holds your hand. Let's test the merits of your theories. I hope they stand to the scrutiny of the discharger. Oh yeah, we're getting one of my favorite tracks in just a minute.
Don't you speak Ange's name.
That brutal death was something that you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you would not have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Ange's ill-fated future, the tenacity for victory would not have arisen within you.
I told you not to speak Ange's name!
In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born within you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Curse that, Lady Berncastel. This was no peace. It would be more fitting to call it a trump card. No matter how helpful a piece is, it will never stray from the board. But a trump card, no matter how powerful its effect, is always discarded after it is used. Ange was truly a good trump card for you.
Don't you speak Ange's name!
At Battler's outburst of rage, Beato finally stopped talking.
You know, I have no more time to spend playing around in a place like this. Even our draws are keeping Ange waiting. I'm going to break through you, take my family, and go back home. I don't have a single second to waste playing witches with you.
In that case, I assume you know what must be done.
Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions. All right, let's do this. I won't ever let you trick me again. This game's restarting. You ready? I'll tear apart the witch's veil that conceals the outright lie you are.
You talk too much. All you have to do is simply say, I will kill you.
Yeah, if those are the words you want, I'll say them for you. This is the first and last wish of yours that I will lend an ear to.
I thank you.
I will. I will kill you.
Then by all means, let us begin, battler! Come, it is time for the witch hunt! Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I'm expecting a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments!
Bring it on!
Battler's cry burned the world with a white light, and when one's eyes were open to that brilliant light, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden.
Who takes the first move?
Me.
How brave.
The rose garden, where beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Was that proof, or simply a claim, that the two of them facing each other in this beautiful rose garden was the red and only truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses are passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. That flower is blue.
I'll pierce through everything with my blue truth. From the very beginning of it all. I'll start from the very first game.
Daniel, the Spaniard with the 10 pounds, get ready for the final boss battle, USHIROMIYA Battler versus Beatrice, the Golden Witch. Let's fucking go.
Very well. Show me your skill. Come.
Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushiromiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people. By supposing that this person X exists, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for Culprit X to exist and carry out the crime even if all 18 people seem to have alibis!
You can break through all of the murders in Episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the locked room, sealed by the receipt, by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there from the beginning. Unless Beato countered this with the red truth, the witch illusions of Episode 1 would be completely smashed. The blue truth was valid.
The wedge of blue truth that Battler had released stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood that poured out from her defense in... Was the red blood that poured out from there her defense in the red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain from the wedge of blue truth that denied her.
Not bad. But I am still far from denied, far from killed. That is not close to enough. The following games contain mysteries that cannot be explained with that alone, do they not?
Which mysteries?
In the final stages of the second game, George, Goda, and Shannon barricaded themselves in Natsuhi's room and were killed. The key by which they unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked up inside the room, and all of the remaining keys that could unlock the door were in the hands of Rosa. Even if Culprit X existed, it should be impossible to construct a locked room.
The blue wedge piercing Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to push it out.
No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. If Culprit X was in possession of a master key, that's not even close to a locked room.
No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control.
But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was an accomplice to the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to Culprit X by some method, assisted in the locked room murder, and after that she retrieved the key by a similar method. You'll have to do better than that, Beato. I already put forward that theory at the time.
So you did.
The wedge that had been gradually losing its brilliance, and seemed as though it was about to come out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a moan of anguish at the pain of it.
Not yet. This is still nothing. Not yet. Not yet!
Continuing on to the third game. The 6 linked locked room murders. The murders of Auntie Rosa and Maria. The deaths of Dad and the others in the hall. And the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi. All of them can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then. And even that final riddle you proposed through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo, can be explained with an 18th unknown person X. Now I've broken through the entire third game. Can you counter that?
Of course! This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew out through the window.
In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But if, as the Blue Truth claimed, she had carried Kraus and Natsuhi's corpses outside, there was the possibility that George could have secretly gone downstairs during that gap in time and escaped. But by adding on to it with the red truth, Beato had disproven that. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows were locked from the inside.
So what? It's just like you said. He flew out through that window, right? Even if he did jump down, you couldn't tell by the grass, and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared.
I will repeat the red truth. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them.
I will repeat the blue truth. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George Aniki escaped through it. Nothing difficult about it.
It's not enough to resist. Is it not enough?
Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by the strong blue.
In all games up to the third, there is still nothing that shakes the blue truth. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the fourth game.
As I have not countered with the red truth, that is indeed the case. I will have to prove witches with only this game. Very well. Hold nothing back.
There's nothing strange about the 6 murders in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone. Regarding the pitfalls, there's every chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there. And it's also possible to explain them with Curious-san's theory, hypothesizing the existence of a poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person out instantly. The murders of George Aniki, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I know you. You've got a counterattack, right? Bring it on!
Your greatest sword, that's 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew that you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. Everyone at the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, did they not? All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo.
Uh-huh. But grandfather's supposedly been seriously ill, confined to his bed, hovering on the verge of death for ages, right? Even if he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have paid that any notice. What about that? I'll come back at you with this. That grandfather was a different person, a body double, a different person who the relatives mistook for grandfather.
Then I'll respond with this. No person would mistake USHIROMIYA Kinzo by sight. No matter what the disguise, they would not mistake USHIROMIYA Kinzo by sight.
Then how about this? By declaring with the red truth in the second game that the number of master keys was 5, when in the first game the number was more than 5. You changed the premises of the later games. In the same way, there's a possibility that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the fourth game. Therefore, Kinzo's existence in the fourth game does not serve as proof that he existed in the previous games. Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather himself, it doesn't create any contradictions.
Then I'll counter with this. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of each of the 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone.
Repetition requested. Kinzo was alive at the start time of every game.
Decline repetition. I won't answer, Battler. I will not respond with the red truth you desire.
Damn it. Old man, you're standing in my way. Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, your beloved witch? My goddamn granddad wavered into vision. Is he trying to be some kind of knight, blocking the way between me and Beato?
Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach! I will not let you reach! Not to the heights of the Golden Witch! Oh no! Your shallow logic cannot even surpass me alone! Die!
Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon which came at me, trying to swallow me in one mouthful. As I faced the roaring of the black dragon, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly.
I'll swallow you up in a single gulp! Begone, you witless, inadequate fool!
Shut your trap, you damn undying ghost.
Oh? So you call me a ghost? You intend to see through it to the end then, that this theory that I am already dead? That will be your undoing. On the first twilight of the 4th game, the darkness shall swallow you up!
The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, threatened to swallow Battler whole.
Thanks, Beatrice. Your 3rd game was the foothold I needed for my counterattack.
What?
See ya, my old bastard. This is goodbye. I lay out the following theory to demonstrate that I can apply the dead Kinzo hypothesis even to the 4th game.
So be it! Come at me with all you have, my descendant! Here I go, you sack of old bones! My theory is that Kinzo's name is passed on as the title of the USHIROMIYA family head! USHIROMIYA Kinzo was already dead, and he passed his name on to someone else! Everyone acknowledged it, and therefore, all of those present at the family conference acknowledged the existence of Kinzo! There wasn't even any need for the person to disguise themselves as grandfather, because everyone recognized a new Kinzo. Therefore, they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as the preceding theory is not disproven, nothing can change the fact that you're dead! This is the final blow. Old geezer, this repetition request is for you. Not one person present had multiple differing names! I cannot! Rest in peace, you old grand bastard. You should thank me. You were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead! USHIROMIYA Kinzo was already dead. Yeah, poor old you. Whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. That was a gimmick to prevent discovery of the fact that the time had passed since your death. And you passed your name onto someone else. With this theory, even though you are dead, Kinzo can still appear at the family conference. How's that? This is checkmate!
Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power would never permit the ghost to recover.
Beatrice!
Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget the days I spent with you.
Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, USHIROMIYA Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, you fought for the sake of the woman you loved. Your love and madness were, without a doubt, the real thing.
Battler, no hard feelings. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're next. And you'll be the last.
Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. Beato realized that she was on the verge of death.
I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Me and my family are going home.
Then kill me. Then try and kill me! I will not run or hide. At this point, even dodging is beyond my capabilities. Come on! USHIROMIYA Battler!
You got it! With the 18th person X from the dead Kinzo theory, everything remaining is pierced through. George Aniki and Jessica's deaths in the 4th game can also be explained by Culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed, the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with an 18th person X. There's nothing strange at all! This concludes the explanation of the culprit, with humans for all games. Beatrice, this here is checkmate!
Several blue stakes were driven into Beatrice, who could not dodge, skewering her. Beato grabbed the stakes, trying to pull them out somehow.
He got me. It hurts. Yeah, this'll kill me. If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I don't want pain. I don't want to suffer.
With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the blue truth to deny witches burned her hands. Unable to even hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is the final counterattack.
Then Battler, all of my numerous displays of magic, how do you explain those? The very first time they appeared was in the second game when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow for her. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic.
Certainly, Rosa had witnessed gold butterflies gather and fix a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit. Which is what this last game was all about. The summoning of my minions, and those brutal magical murders. All of them were witnessed by a great many people. This is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that? USHIROMIYA Battler!
Stalemate.
What?
Magic exists because magic exists. I believe the rules of our Brawn 2 trial says that kind of argument doesn't work.
Yes. You're right.
No matter who, or how many people, witness magic, that will never be proof of magic's existence. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my inviolable right. Am I wrong?
At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light, repelling my hands away. As I feared, I can't pull them out after all. As Battler is now, even if I cited each individual piece of magic and demanded an explanation for each, he would probably use any means available to him to deny all of them. Not just the marshmallow magic that I showed Rosa, but all of my magical miracles. I can no longer even claim to be a witch without entering into debates about how something like a marshmallow was fixed. I am in such an inferior position that I am forced to fight over trivialities like that. It might be impossible for me. I knew this. This was a game without victory from the very beginning. So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought Battler? Up until today, just in order to lose to him? I began these games thinking that I might be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had the absolute determination to win for certain. But now, I have completely lost that miracle. An absolute certain determination resides in Battler, leaving me with no miracle for certain. Important translation note here. As I pointed out a very long time ago, Beatrice almost exclusively uses the personal pronoun warawa, which is a very regal, old-style way of referring to oneself. But here, she just started saying watashi, which is very standard, like, sort of almost default modern personal pronoun for Japanese. No, perhaps I should say with no miracles or certainty. No victory and no conclusion through a draw. The only resolution permitted is defeat. And until it is given to me, all I can do in this game is continue on resisting. That's right. I'm fighting only so that I can be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. It was not me inside of them. Reflected in those eyes were the figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back to her. Wooly, the thing about watashi is a lot of people say watashi. It is a very standard pronoun, so you're not going to be able to narrow it down from that.
He no longer sees me, even as an individual. Of course he doesn't. From the very beginning, he has been fighting to deny the individual that I am. That last game, that was so much fun. All it was a little bit of a trick. But even for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And it was so much fun. That's right. I should have settled right there and then. I should have continued for eternity, with Battler totally fooled. But that just wouldn't be any good, would it? That just wouldn't be true victory.
Is this checkmate? Beatrice.
Run through with several blue stakes, Beata was still in a standing position, skewered to the ground many times over. Unable even to fall over because of this, and still looking up into the sky, she was sewn in place. Her tragic form might have been a fitting end, for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning for something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beata was exposed to the elements, crucified.
Is it over, Beato?
There is nothing I can say.
No way you're done. You aren't a woman who will let things end with just this.
Don't be unreasonable. How can you look at me and think that this isn't over? Hurry up and deliver the final blow. Just say it with your blue truth. Therefore, witches do not exist. Just say it. With that single blow, take my last breath away.
That's no good.
You ask me to continue subjecting myself to humiliation. It is already settled.
Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over.
Still, you say?
What I see there isn't you losing. You just resigned. Decided you've had enough.
What's wrong with that? Resigning. It still means your victory. You should return to your little sister right away. Just abandon me. Right here.
Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you get away either. Who are you? And what in the world was your purpose?
If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? What does it matter? Just a fantasy, an illusion. Can't you leave it at that?
That's no goddamn good at all. I won't let you run away. I'm going to defeat you. Like hell, I'm going to let you escape. I won't let you run back into the darkness of illusions, leaving you all vague like this. I'm going to break through you, completely. So on your feet. Don't act all frail like that! You're still hiding several moves! I can tell!
Why? Won't you just let me escape?
Dad, Mom, and Ange, all of my cousins, and all of my relatives, and all of the servants, all of those times you killed them. All those times you toyed with their lives. I will never forget, and I will never forgive your inhumanity. I can still feel Ange's arms on my shoulders. I will not forgive your inhumanity. So I won't let you get away like this.
Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The days where I could earn his passion by appearing frail are now a matter of the distant past. Having been tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Never mind the wolves and sheep puzzle. This is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? I guess fighting endlessly just to avoid admitting defeat is an endless torture fitting for the Endless Witch. I guess endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory is part of being the Endless Witch as well. It's so sad. Is this really the endless magic? I've had enough of endlessly being made into a witch's plaything. I've had enough. No victory and no conclusion withdraw. In that case, there is only one conclusion that can release me. Since the time I descended to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, was it not promised that tragedy would be my ultimate fate?
What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice! If you are the ruler of Rokenjima, face your end with appropriate majesty!
Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the rainy sky and let out a laugh. Then she slowly raised her face and fixed her eyes on Battler.
Fool! I was considering handing you the victory in praise of your good fight. You shall regret your complacency.
Victory is not something for you to hand over. It's something I'm gonna snatch from you. And don't pretend you're any different. You couldn't accept victory being handed to you on a silver platter when I started saying stuff like, maybe it's alright for witches to exist. And that's exactly why you intentionally fell apart like that in the end last time. That's right. That one time last game, you showed mercy on me. So now I'm making us even. Stand! My enemy! My Golden Witch! Beatrice!
Idiot! You idiot! Simpleton! Don't think you'll ever get another chance!
When Beato yelled, the blue stakes that had been piercing her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not disappear.
You haven't pulled it out yet. You haven't pulled out the blue truth of the 18th person X.
I will respond to one of your repetition requests. As you reasoned, Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. However, in that case, all I need to do is take one person out. Thus far, I have been declaring that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. This applies to all games.
goddamn knew it.
Arahabaki Gaming with the $2. My favorite line in the VN, 17 humans. Ahahaha, dot wave. Oh yeah, buddy. We are locked the fuck in.
You still had some crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. This island only had 17 humans on it, but all this time it's been made to look as if there were 18. And now that we've taken one off and brought it down to 17, we finally reached the correct number. Now the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. We'll have to start the fight over. Back from square one.
The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing Beato. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There, just as Battler had hoped for, stood the imposing figure of the Golden Witch who ruled Rokenjima.
Now come, Battler. Once more from the beginning. Try to break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you prove to be good for nothing, then I shall decide this match right here and now. I will make you forever regret not settling for the victory I handed you. Come, starting from the first game.
Right! From the first twilight of the first game, there is nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed in the beginning. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi.
Valid. Continue. What about the next locked room murder with Ava and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that locked room. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that after the construction of the locked room, one of them committed suicide after murdering the other. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room.
Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. Among the first 6 corpses, there were some made unidentifiable because their faces were smashed. One possible theory is that one was actually a fake corpse, and that some culprit X killed those 2 after pretending to be a victim and hiding away. Then, after the locked room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to leave.
Very well. Next. Canon killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors had alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Canon.
If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Meaning, Canon-kun might have killed himself. Repetition requested! Canon-kun did not commit suicide!
Canon did not commit suicide.
One more. Repetition requested. Canon-kun's death was a homicide.
I decline to repeat.
That refusal still admits the possibility of a homicide, but you've already declared in red that no one could have killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked locked rooms from the 3rd game. Canon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. Though the circumstances are unclear, he died from an accident. By the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest.
Ho ho. Now that you've borrowed the power of the devil, you are without peer. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides.
We can explain it with the one who carried out the murder being a culprit X, who used an unidentifiable corpse to disappear. In the first place, their 3 faces were also pulverized. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse.
I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there were no body double tricks.
Then I can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of the 3 had a gun, pointed it at another in a clockwise pattern, and they blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that?
What a ridiculous argument! I like it. Then what about Natsuhi in the end? I shall add to the red truth. Natsuhi's death was a homicide. There are no corpses of unknown identity, and all of the survivors have alibis.
You can explain it with an indirect murder by Trap X. Something was done to Aunt Natsuhi's gun. You can explain that if it was a trap gun, built to shoot and send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it.
The bullet buried into Natsuhi's forehead was not fired from Natsuhi's gun.
There's the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was lured out by that letter of unknown contents, and she was called out into the hall. Then she was forced into standing at a specified location at a specified time, and murdered by some Trap X which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand.
Splendid. Your absurd arguments even feel pleasurable to me now. I shall surrender the first game to you out of respect. I'm impressed.
The instant Beato admitted defeat in the first game, the stakes of Blue Truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound.
This much won't stop me. It's not over yet. Come, the second game.
Beato just barely pulled the stakes that had pierced her chest out. But even though there was no hole left behind, it seemed to be a deep wound which let out a massive amount of blood. And an intense pain of equal measure tormented her. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start.
But I won't feel any sympathy. Just by her existing there, we will be killed and made to suffer over and over. And Ange will be burdened with the future of isolation.
That is correct. Just by my being here and laughing, the eternal hell will continue. I will not give you back to your sister. She can spend 1,000 years crying over the family that is never to return.
Bastard! No pity, no mercy! Here goes the second game! I'll start with the first crime. I already saw through the locked room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel at the time. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over.
From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key did not pass into anyone's hands.
There's the possibility that the door to the chapel had an auto lock just like Gramps' study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in so it couldn't close completely. Then they gave the key to Maria. Because the lock was automatic, it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed.
No door with an auto lock exists other than Kinzo's study.
The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead.
The 6 were all already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were pure victims. They did not take part in a mutual murder. There were no simultaneous mutual murders.
There existed humans with no alibi at the time, e.g. Kumasawa-san. If we assume that such a person killed the 6 and was hiding inside, then there are no problems.
There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, your killer hiding in the building locked room scenario does not hold. What's wrong, USHIROMIYA Battler? Is that all? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, right?
A tremendous exchange of red and blue truth. Daniel the Spaniel with the 2 pounds, rather. This is so sexy. Yeah, what do you mean that you don't flirt like this? The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying darted at Beato one after the other, and one after another. Beato cut them down with her red truth, her red treasured sword, knocking them out of the air. But the blood she had lost from the first game was probably awful. This intense exercise was putting her under even greater strain. I could see her breath growing ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch, and this time I'll break through her. I'm not done yet. Yeah, that's no good. That's no goddamn good at all. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. Then what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs. In other words, the crime is possible through Trap X. The details of a bomb that they could swallow without noticing and that could blow open their stomachs is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain.
What the hell is that? Small bombs?
Menlo sales of the $2. Bomb emoji, bomb emoji, bomb emoji, bomb emoji. Yep, we reached small bombs. Our Habaki Gaming with the $2. Small bombs not denied in red. Go to Triche Supremacy. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deeply into her left shoulder. However, despite being on the receiving end of it, it seemed she couldn't stop laughing at how much of a curveball it was. Yeah, no wonder. Even I'm amazed at how screwed up this reasoning is.
Ha! Laugh as much as you want. Is there a problem with it?
None. Your wild arguments are my pleasure. And the next, the locked room with Jessica and Canon.
No problems there.
Iconic laser with the $2. His logic is so lame it has a kind of grandeur. Yeah, honestly. That's a good way of putting it.
If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a locked room.
After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Canon, and Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already declared Canon's death in red before that time. Then who was that Canon?
If Canon-kun's death was declared with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance it was someone else in a disguise that would have made the group that was attacked mistake this person for Canon-kun.
They would never have mistakenly think any other person was Canon.
Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Canon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Canon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded his name, and this person attacked them.
A sound like a watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. It looked like she felt that one. Maybe it hit her in a bad spot. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal.
Yeah, I can tell. That must have hurt like a bitch.
Once again, you've set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you would never say on the game board in a million years. But it is valid. Your verbal assault tickles me. Such pleasure. This is not pain. It is pleasure!
When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away, but the wound remained and continued tormenting her with intense pain.
You ready? I'll keep going. The blue truth given for the final murders in the second game. The 3 who died in Aunt Natsuhi's room should still be valid even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter-argument for that in red? If not, the second game is all mine too.
No, nothing. It would be no fun to fight over such trivial matters. You may have it. You may have the second game.
The instant she admitted defeat in the second game, this time 2 blue stakes gouged through Beato's chest. The witch's lungs were gouged, and her intestines. The witch's face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain.
Does it hurt?
Hurt? No. No, this just tickles. Compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned into a pile of scrap meat like your sister, that is. I'll make you scrap meat too. Then you 2 siblings can be all mixed up together like ground beef and pork.
I'll beat you to death! I'll tear you to bits the same way! Next! The third game! Come on, where's your energy? This is where I knock you down to hell!
Naturally, as if I could let this wear me out. Yes, it is still far from over. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the first 6 linked locked rooms. You penetrated this locked room at the time, and by all rights it should have remained that way. But then you went and killed off Kinzo.
At the time, I hypothesized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own locked room in the boiler room, where in the middle of carrying out some kind of scheme, he had an accident which resulted in him burning to death in the boiler. But now I've gone and declared that Gramps was already dead. So I've denied my own theory. The irony. However, there's no problem. There are plenty of people who could have committed the crime besides Gramps. You could even claim that the adults who were in the middle of a family conference at the time were all in on it and committed the crime together.
All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked locked rooms were locked inside the linked locked rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room using a crack in the door, a crack in the window, a vent, or any other place of the sort.
Then they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the locked room.
All of them had fatal wounds that appeared to be gunshot wounds. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was always in the same room as them. I already declared in red at the time that there were no suicides.
After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit constructed a linked locked room. But there was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room to the inside of the locked room. But they did manage to return it. The first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the corpse's pocket.
She couldn't fully block that blue stake's retort. Pushed back by the blue wedges unleashed one after another, Beato finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been slashed and pierced with blue wedges, stakes and blades over and over again, and by now her whole body was covered in blood. But even so, Beato grinned, cackled as though she was enjoying it.
How could a man who promised to come home to Ange with her parents speak of a theory where those parents are the culprit? Fine by me. That's just fine by me, you know. You can be a big, happy family, getting their hands dirty with mass murder, and return to Ange stained with blood that will never come off. Isn't that perfectly fitting for the survivors of the Witch's Island? Just like that mincemeat Ange!
Shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart! Don't worry about begging for your life. I'll make sure you get the worst kind of death by my very own hands!
Yes, you're capable of it, I'm sure. I trust you to give me an end fitting for a witch who has explored the depths of cruelty over 1,000 years. Oh, will it hurt? Will it be hard to bear? Or will it just tickle? Is this supposed to torment me? Come on, USHIROMIYA battler! There are still mysteries left!
Beato had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 doesn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava is the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in this third game with that theory. Blood was dripping from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I was cornering her, and this time, completely without mercy. This isn't a game played only to determine a winner and a loser. Yeah, we're not playing around here. Even just playing and fighting like this here delays the trip home. In her isolation, Ange will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Ange as fast as I can! You're a mess. Are you at death's door?
This is still far from affecting me. Something like this. It merely tickles.
Guess I don't need to show you any mercy.
You were never going to in the first place.
I'm going all out.
I suggest you do. When our roles were reversed, I showed you no mercy. So you should do the same given the chance. Otherwise, I'll call another isolated Ange from a different world. And this time I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear and roast her, okay?
Shut up! Never again! Not my family, nor my relatives, nor any of the servants! Never again will you make any of them your toys!
I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the Blue Truth. The only thing left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo.
Oh, have I already been cornered so far? I'm in a precarious state, aren't I?
She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural.
Which means that the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right?
It would seem so. If this is broken, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been broken. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth or present a new mystery, I will die.
You don't look like someone who's been back to the edge of the cliff. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I've already tired of a life too long after 1,000 years. I've started to think that it might not be so bad to have this life ended by a worthy adversary like you, who I met at the very end of it all. You can do it, I hope. Do it. Come on, kill me! I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. I want to experience it at least once myself.
It was a graceless show of bravado, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance look very different from her attitude. Perhaps she was still suffering from the shot she had taken to the flank. The way she was unconsciously clutching it lacked any trace of elegance, but there's no room for compassion.
As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In this world we live in, even people who see each other as enemies can come to understand each other if the situation changes. But absolute evil does exist. That is an evil which brings misfortune by its very existence, and is to be spared no compromise. Just by continuing to exist, it is evil. I do not feel sorry for you, just like you didn't feel sorry for any of us.
Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in this game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much, much more grotesque way of killing, you see. Come on, Battler, I'll reform a little, so forgive me this time, too. And then I'll change the method of killing into something a little better, alright? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed, and in what order, alright? It's so much fun, toying with people's lives! I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Ange into a pile of scrap meat much, much more! Come, Battler! Try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder!
The 18th Person X was destroyed, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold! The end of the 3rd game. It was declared in red that the 4 survivors at that point in time, Battler,
Ava, Jessica, and Nanja, were all unrelated to Nanjo's murder. And it was also declared that he was murdered directly, right before his eyes. All other people had the strongest alibi of having their deaths declared in red, without using the 18th Person X.
I have to break through this. Think. Don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me. It's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah. This way I can break through it. Beatrice's legend of the witch is over. True. The others probably were dead. However, the time at which their deaths were declared in red was not the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone who was alive at the time that Dr. Nanjo was killed died before Ava proclaimed that death, you can sew right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. The culprit was among those people who were not confirmed dead prior to Ava's declaration of the deaths. And that person had managed to skillfully play dead in the beginning and wait for us to leave them alone. They made us think that they had died, while their deaths still hadn't been declared in red. Then they killed Dr. Nanjo, and after that they died for some reason. Then after that, Ava declared their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's murder. How's that, Beatrice?
When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake as thick as a log. appeared from under the earth and skewered the Golden Witch Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out one after another, and each time a blue stake or wedge appeared and impaled Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with them and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch, although it wasn't long. It took the witch at least a little bit of time before she showed any signs of life. So by the way, I should tell you guys, coming up and we're getting very close to the end of this, and as before, there's a cool outro song. You remember how I told you guys that I had figured out how to replace the sound files for the music in this game? Well, it's been a really long time since I've covered a song in English and like rewrote the lyrics to try to match with the Japanese lyrics, but still fitting the same general melody and everything. So I might have done a little something special for this stream.
Hurts. It hurts.
You got what you deserved. Know a portion of the pain of all those you have murdered.
Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little bit of his forcefulness at this extremely pitiful sight. He couldn't help but avert his eyes from a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion, even if she was his enemy. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, the battle wouldn't end.
Battler. I beg you.
Huh? Beato let out a sob.
It hurts. It really hurts. End it. End it. Even now, I still can't die. It hurts so goddamn much. And I still can't die.
What are you asking me to do?
End it. Release me from this pain.
Beato's expression was a soggy mess of blood and tears.
Certainly, Battler had been tricked by her at one point, so he could probably have suspected her expression, and even her tears, of being an act. However, Battler believed those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
What do I do? What do I have to do to end your pain?
I'm going to lay everything bare. It will be my heart.
Your heart. Beato.
Help me. Just let me die.
With those tears of pain and torment, or else. Either way, that pitiful expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger.
Quickly. Go back. It's unsafe.
It's not so that I can go back. I'll grant your request in order to stop your pain.
With her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though wishing for something from heaven. I know you can kill me. Everything I am, my heart, crush it, pierce it, okay? The red light around both her arms got stronger and stronger. She got that far into the word, and then her face tilted to the side a bit. Her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held up towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. Also, they are going to do the same thing as the end of last episode where, like, the dialogue is going to quickly go by on auto. I know the dialogue, but it's probably going to scroll faster than I can say it, so just keep that in mind. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke in an uncharacteristically polite tone. "USHIROMIYA Battler, I will now kill you. And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere." I understood. This was the only thing left keeping Beatrice a witch. The final mystery. And Beato was holding it out to me, entreating me to solve her final mystery and kill her. Come on. I'll accept your final mystery. You are all alone on this island, and of course, I am not you. Yet I am here now, and am about to kill you. Like a souped-up version of the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So? Who am I? Iconic laser with the $2. Our final mystery. And yet again, by the way, this is, she uses watashi in this. Watashi wa dare? Is that your final question? Who am I? Then, Beatrice slowly approached me and held me expressionless. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you. Don't worry. Slowly I too held her head. And then, my piece left the game board.
If you, a ruler of the future, want my limbs can be cast aside and thrown away. All I beg is that you grant my wishes in return.
One would be plenty enough.
The spring is paradise for which you reached when you ruled. The past is right here, but you will never touch it. A frigid, impassable eternity.
The past that will live forever watching me.
Never again retrace your steps.
The hollow ground vanishes beneath your trembling feet.
Perhaps I was born into this world to meet you at all. We took a vow and signaled the final curtain call. Inside of that mansion you mustn't go. I'll teach you of love that we'll never know. Even if a farce, if an endless trap, I'll turn and sneer and in its face I will laugh. Even memories of what I breathed and sowed, my tortuous blade just waiting to up and explode. Ruler of the present, I'll whisper its code. Pouring rain takes you down the drain, down the stream. Everyone wishing for a paradise to rule. Everything begins just where it ends.
And yes, the title of that track is Discode, if you want to search up the original and full version, which I highly recommend that you do, because it is a great song. Also, while I was muted for that, thank you, Menlo Marseilles, for the $100. Holy shit. And when the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Good job, Beato. You did your best. But before we can get to all of our end stuff, we still have a hidden tea party, which is not nearly as long as that. It's like, it'll take like 15 minutes if that. So let's go ahead and do this one last time. Unknown. Fragment number, a bunch of numbers. Scattered over the big bed were cute jelly beans of various colors, and chocolate coins. A fork was stuck into the shortcake, peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on the side table. But the venomous color of the drink poured into the glass matched none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing them together. The taste aside, that was a lot of fun to do. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows stuffed with dreams. And on this big bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Berncastel lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, hugging a pillow and relaxing.
This one was a real rush, wasn't it? I got really anxious when Beato said she'd stop the game.
What a rude witch, to start a game of this scale and try to end it by throwing it away.
Wasn't Ange a good piece? After Beato ran for it, Ange dragged her back and made her resume the game. It's too bad she gave Battler a bit too much enthusiasm, though.
Because she knew Battler is weak against emotions.
No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on his enemy, Beato.
Based on the previous game, I was uneasy that he might start to feel compassion for Beato and take the game in an odd direction. Ange was a trump card to get Battler back on track if and when he mistook his goal.
In truth.
Oh no, wait. In truth, I wanted to have her support him a bit more before playing her out. She really did play and discard herself straight away. What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation.
Digimaniac with the $25. Much love to the most toxic of Yuris. Oh yeah, buddy. Oh yeah, we're really gonna get into that in a second, aren't we?
I'm so glad I shackled her with the rule about not giving her name. If I hadn't set that up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up and won in the blink of an eye.
I thought it was my chance to apply a lot of pressure at once. But you were watching her so closely that I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste that piece was.
Well, yeah, that piece was super OP. I needed her out of there, like, yesterday. Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the game from being suspended, I guess. And that helps me out, too. Her actions ended up matching both of our interests, so in that sense, she really was a wonderful piece.
She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said.
An idiot or an impulsive type, one of those two is always best for a piece. That piece really could have been so much more.
And now she's mincemeat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of that later on. Oh, wait, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. So funny.
Is it really alright for you to be so relaxed? Battler got fired up thanks to Ange. He started going after Beato like a madman, and now the game has taken a big turn to my advantage, I'd say. In fact, didn't Battler just solve almost all of the mysteries so far?
Huh? Not even close. Almost all of Battler's blue truth is wrong. Beato's wishy-washy red's full of holes. Anyone with half a brain could slip through it easily just by rattling off some random bullshit.
That really ticked me off.
If it had been me, I'd have made sure to cut down every one of those things with the red.
Oh, really? I was under the impression that those were all the correct answers. Well, of course, I did have my suspicions about all that stuff to do with swallowing small bombs.
And Battler's blue truths. Not all of them were even valid. Beato stated clearly that within the first game, she guarantees the identities of all unidentified corpses. That breaks Battler's reasoning about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi locked room murder being someone who used a fake corpse. Next, he said that Canon's death in the boiler room was probably an accident, but what kind of accident would end up with him driving a stake into his own chest? How dumb is that? He'll slice it with that red treasured sword or whatever. Canon did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three, including Genji in the parlor, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were not killers. The final trap X for Natsuhi's murder is really dumb too. The thing that shot Natsuhi wasn't a trap, it was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. My condolences.
Stop that. You mustn't say something like that in red. That kid's trying to make it so that she killed Natsuhi by bouncing Natsuhi's bullet back at her with magic.
Oopsie, you're right, I forgot. Even his blue truths for the second game were too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. That guy tries to explain every little thing with Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? And in the incident where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, it's ludicrous to say that someone inherited Canon's name. The only one who can go by the name of Canon is the person himself. No other human can adopt that name. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa from Natsuhi's room is also worthless. After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Battler to unlock Natsuhi's room. I could go on, but this is enough for just a quick look, I guess.
A quick look? You just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a thing. Battler would faint if he heard that.
See? Beata wasn't cornered at all. I always thought she was a pretty good actress. I'm sure the plan is to make it look like she got cornered in this game, and then sometime next game, swish, she'll slice it in half with a single red stroke and make Battler's eyes pop out. And then I'm sure she'll say it with a huge grin on her face. A witch is never in trouble.
And that whole tragic feeling as though Beata was getting cornered was all an act?
Obviously. She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like a last episode climax to put everyone else to shame. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. Or it could be you, Byrne.
At the end, she said things like kill me and laid out a big riddle. Wasn't that her last stand with Beato to be finished for good if that riddle was solved?
No way, you were tricked too, Byrne? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beato still has some hellishly brutal moves she's keeping hidden. When she stuck out both arms to give the final riddle, did you notice how she brought her right arm back down?
Now that you mention it. So that's what that meant.
Sure is. She still had plenty of hidden moves left, and none of the mysteries have been solved. That tension as though she'd been completely seen through and it was like, tune in next time for the final episode. She truly is a genius at acting. I can't wait to see her knock Battler back down to rock bottom. She's really taken the North Wind and the Sun strategy from the last game, I think. I bet Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely. A woman's single tear can trick a man after all. Now that's value, don't you think?
I wonder if Battler will get caught by that move again. I must do my part too and light a fire under Battler to never feel sympathy for her again. Although Ange's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well for the time being.
A power-up for my Ange-flavored hamburger?
Of course I won't be beaten either. I'll be giving my Beato my full support so she can make enough of a comeback to compete with Battler. She won't lose, Beato. I mean, I've threatened her with a wonderful penalty if she does.
Your penalties are genuinely no joke, so you should go a little easy.
I've decided what to do next time I get to give you a penalty burn. Wanna hear?
No.
Come on! Listen! Okay, here we go. I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to a side, with a height of 10 meters. No magic and no cheating allowed. That's really not something you can jump over, right?
1,440,000,000 to the power of 3 meters. You can stop there, I already know what you're going to say.
And that place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. And I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them, and you've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful romantic penalty?
Cubic meters, I see. I'll let you multiply the length of the walls by 5 if you make the height 1/10 its current height, and you can even shut me in it right now.
Really? That would make it 3,600,000,000 cubic meters, you know? The penalty would take more than twice as long. You'll be my prisoner for such a long time. I love you, Bern. I really love you.
Lambda Delta playfully clung to Bern Castell, who yawned, looking bored as she stroked Lambda Delta under the chin as though playing with a cat.
So, you're betting on Battler to win, and I'm betting on the two of them getting draws forever. Isn't anyone gonna bet on Beato to win?
Won't be me. Her chances of winning are 0.
It must hurt to be told by the Witch of Miracles that there's 0 chance of a miracle. I wouldn't bet on her either, of course. For certain.
It must be hurt to be told by the Witch of Certainty that it's certainly no good as well. Unusually for them, they giggled together.
I wonder what kind of conclusion this game's gonna have.
Now that, at least, we can't predict. That's why it's fun, after all.
I won't allow any more escaping or suspending the game. I'll make them continue the game for certain, and I won't let them run away. I can't even imagine how things are gonna unfold now. But I do know one way it's certainly not going to end.
At the very least, we know it won't end with Beato's victory.
I mean, think about it. Neither you nor I are betting on Beato to come out the winner. Which means if it looks like Beato's gonna win, she'll be making enemies of both of us great witches. Sorry for the slip.
Pretty much. Our powers are most in balance only when things are somewhere between a draw and Battler's advantage. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will align along the same vector and drag Beato back.
So the instant Beato finds herself on top, she'll have both of us as enemies to deal with. A common front with Bern. Sounds fun!
Thanks. But I'm not taking a Competo candy bath with you.
Aw, but I thought we could take a Competo shower together while I cover you all over with melted marshmallows.
That poor girl. She's a living toy, a doll that you caught so you could play with me.
Blank with the $5. I'm still not up to date with streams, still on the VOD for 5, but I've enjoyed them a lot. Thank you for making this daunting series more accessible. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can play with them well, you know. I'm proud of being able to get hundreds of years of playtime out of a single toy without getting tired of it.
You're her ally at some times, an opposer at others. Toying with her forever. I feel sorry for her. That kid is our doll now,
huh? That's right. That kid is our doll. No end is prepared for her except the ones the two of us wish for. So I can say for sure that this can only end with either an eternal draw because of me, or Beato being defeated and destroyed because of you. As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes.
I'll proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles.
Then I'll proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty.
Beato certainly cannot win.
And there will be absolutely no miracles.
Oh yeah. Remember how a lot of you had been saying before that, oh, well, at least Burn is the normal one between her and Lambda? Nope! They're both fucked! They're both so fucked! Surprise, motherfucker! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A lovely, lovely prison strip to play us out. Our Hibaki Gaming with the $5. So now you have the clues and answers. I'll be in Discord after stream if anyone wants to chat for this. Keep thinking, everyone, there is an answer. Yep, you have all of the information you need to solve the entire series at this point, theoretically. It's pretty unlikely that you would, but it is possible that you could. Cross Trash, the Discord is available to anybody who pledges to the Patreon, and you can even cancel it right away if you want to, right afterward. You won't be kicked out of the Discord server. You only need $1 to get in. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, everybody, that was episode 4 of Umineko. What's everybody think? How'd you like it? You've still got a few things to touch on before we can end the stream, obviously, but I'm curious to hear your opinions. Yeah, Tofu64, I can probably post the cover on the Discord, sure. Oh yeah, Daniel, I was feeling so good for you when the Nanjo thing came up. I was sure that you were going to be really excited about that. Also, yeah, the person talking about rereading A Wild Hannah appeared. So now that we know several things that we didn't know at the beginning, there are a lot of things that you can go back on now and observe, re-observe. You're gonna have some time to be able to do that before we come back. Because, like, even just, like, one thing, for example. Like, Kinzo has been dead since the beginning. We got that in red now. We know that for sure. So, what the fuck is up with everybody who claims to have seen Kinzo throughout the first 4 episodes? What about Natsuhi? What about Kraus? What about all of the servants? Literally everybody who has been in that room and said, oh yeah, I had a conversation with grandfather, or I talked to him through the door, or whatever the fuck. What the hell was going on with that? One of my favorite things about that, by the way, I can now tell you one of my favorite Umineko reread things, is that in episode 1, in the very first fucking episode, there is a part where, you know, they try to get Kraus to go up to the study and be like, hey, father, come down, please come to dinner, or whatever. And he's, like, standing there, I think, with, like, Genji or Nanjo or somebody. And he's, like, knocking on the door, and, like, Kinzo flies into a rage, whatever. And then, you know, Nanjo says something, and then Kraus says, you know, oh, that's not my father in there. That's just a ghost of him. My father has been dead for a long time. At the time you think he's just being metaphorical. No, he's being literal. He's literally fucking saying what's true. He's saying that his dad is dead. He says that in episode 1. Kitty with the £5. Byrne was always too quiet to be normal. I see through her BS. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna do an additional credits for the project port. Yeah, I forgot that they were gonna do that. But that just gives us some time to talk, I suppose. Can you tell us what you thought Ange saw yet? Yes, actually, I can talk about what I thought Ange saw in the futon shop. I can talk about that now. Because, here's the thing, several of you in the chat already caught on to this. I think it was Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure that she saw Sakutaro in there. And the thing was, so Beato in her Red Truth, she was able to say that Sakutaro was made by Rosa, but she was cut off whenever she tried to say that it was the only one in the world. Now, this could mean a couple of things, depending on how you choose to interpret Rosa as a person, whether or not you see her with love or whatever, if you want. So let's look at a couple of ways of thinking about this. So one is that she could have just, like, because she did make that. Like, they do say that she made it, but she can't say that there are none others like him. So either Rosa, like, made it from, like, a little, like, pattern thing in, like, a little booklet, or she was making it for work, and she just happened to repurpose one for Maria, or something like that. Or you could also go with the more loving interpretation, if you wanted to, that Rosa felt bad about what she did, and she made another one, but that she never actually got to deliver it to Maria before, you know, everything happened. I think either way works. Personally, I think that the interpretation of her, like, making it a bit more impersonally fits the theming a little bit stronger, just because there's that whole thing about, like, you know, like, not having to ruin it for a child, or not, like, forcing your own, like, dour read on everything, like the whole lesson with Ange reading Maria's diary and not, like, being able to overwrite her happiness or whatever. So she brings Sakutaro back to life with magic. Now she could say, haha, the reason I was able to bring Sakutaro back is because there was another one, and also your mom didn't actually love you, and also she made this thing, blah blah blah, like, you know, she didn't care that much. Could have made, like, a big stink about it, and this is my proof for why Rosa doesn't love you. But she doesn't do that. She just gives her Sakutaro and she says, this was magic. I did this with magic, and Maria is happy. And that's all that matters. So, you know, there are multiple different ways that you can interpret that, but that's one of the ways that I, like, think about it, at least, in terms of the thematics of episode 4 and everything that we've been told throughout it. Let's look at the tips menu for episode 4, by the way, considering there's new shit, new magic lore. I forgot about this. I need you guys to see this shit. Drago Knight, I am waiting for the OC stuff until next stream, because I'll get to that in just a second. Maria Sorcier, a witches' alliance formed by Lady Maria, the Witch of Origins, and Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch. The two of them created a groundbreaking new system of magic, thereby granting Beatrice, whose magical power had begun to decline, immense new magical power. You could probably say that it was through the formation of this alliance that Beatrice gained the endless power in the true sense. Article 1 requires members to accept each other as witches and respect each other's magic. At one point, young Ange was invited into the alliance, but she was later excommunicated. System of magic. A foundation upon which to create magic. In particular, it refers to a system by whose shared usage magic power can be gained without conscious effort. You could say that writing down their own system of magic and leaving it to future generations is one of a witch's life works. However, systems of terrific magical power are correspondingly difficult to comprehend, and shared usage of them is troublesome. As a result, none will appear to bear the burden. If a system's magical power is simple, there will likely be no difficulty sharing it, but as a result, the system will be reduced to having no greater effect than a simple good luck charm, and will ultimately be forgotten. Leaving a system of magic for later generations while simultaneously maintaining that balance is the true joy of witchcraft. Beatrice's titles. As a witch, Beatrice holds the two titles of Endless and Golden. Because these are originally titles from separate systems of magic, it can be said that she possesses two systems. The Endless Witch has its foundation in endless creation, and is the root of her unmatched endless magical power. The Golden Witch has its foundation in magic realization, and her magical power to make the precious metals of fantasy manifest into reality gives the miracle of manifestation to all faint forms of magic. The two of these were polished even further through Mariage Sorcière, elevating them to a system of magic called Endless Realization. In that sense, she should now be called neither the Endless nor the Golden Witch, but by a new title that is a fusion of the two. Regarding witches, the definition of a witch is vague, but the most accepted theory is that one is a witch at the point where they gain a power surpassing humans and are able to use it freely. And the world, or possibly fragment, in which that can be most freely used is called their territory. Most witches cannot leave their territory, but those who are capable of transcending its boundary at will and wandering the fragments are called voyagers. In the story, Bernkastel and Lambda Delta fall under this type. Regarding voyagers, worlds of different fates and circumstances are called fragments, and witches who are able to cross the ocean of endless fragments are called voyagers. It is also another name for a high-order, high-level witch, and witches who are unable to leave their territories cannot compare with their power. However, perhaps because they do not have specific territories, their personal values are unstable, and it is easy for their souls to become faint. As a result, it is not rare for voyagers to disappear like scraps of seaweed in the ocean of fragments. Their voyage has no endpoint, and perhaps you could even say that it is a journey to escape an endpoint. Witches of a higher order than voyagers are called creators. And regarding creators, creators are sacred beings who can create one out of the sea of nothingness. They can give birth to a one from zero, give birth to the endless, and then return it to zero again in a flash. They are freed from all restrictions, and the voyagers sometimes even call them gods. In that sense, perhaps the Witch of Origins, Maria, who is promised to become a creator, may be called a chosen one. Voyagers fear that the end of their own journey is to become a creator. As to why they would be frightened of evolving into a higher order being, none can understand except they themselves. Interesting. Okay, yeah, we looked at all of the, translation notes. I didn't need to look at loser flags, though. You guys pretty much understood that. Anything new to look at for the characters? I want to see... Can you execute Battler? Yep. Bound for hell in the witch's embrace, but to the witch, that hell is the golden land. Whoop. Now then, let's see. Oh, yes. Yep. I forgot about this. On the Chiesters. Chiester 556, a weapon of the Sisters' cavalry, which serves Pendragon. Although 556 was a quiet girl who was always being teased, she was loved by everybody. However, luck was not on her side, and she suffered a brutal death in a battle with the Black Witch. She was a state-of-the-art weapon and added color to the Sisters' cavalry, which had the strong flavor of an honor guard. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. A quiet girl who is always being teased by everyone, but that is because they all love her very much. The trumpet is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tone. Fuck. That hurts. That fucking hurts, dude. Alright. Okay, you can't hit execute on Ange there. I do wonder, though. Okay, yeah, there's no execute on the Ange side either. You can't hit that or anything. Okay, interesting. Oh, and you can change Ange's outfit, though. Fun. But... Alright. Oh, execute Beato? Yeah, sure. Hold up just a second. Let's see. So, yeah, you just get that for this side. For the witch side... Okay. The Endless Witch who has lived for 1,000 years possesses the fatherly magical power to grant endless evolution to the sea. However, that power is meaningless. The Sea of Zero is nothing but zeros, no matter how they are multiplied. But once one was miraculously born into that sea, her world became infinite. When she was joined with the Witch of Origins and Mariage Sorcière, their system of magic obtained endless expansion and infinite power. Interesting. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I want to go over before I go to our preview, which is the thing that will be coming first before we get to theory and art stuff. The human side Beato, when you hit execute, is just the same thing that it said for the past, like, several episodes, where she's like, ah, you couldn't kill me if you tried, you stupid piece of shit. So yeah. Does Burn have a different bio in Ange's side? I can't remember. Let me check, because this is, yeah. Oh, wait. I think she has a different one now, too. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years, sent in a piece called Ange to defeat Beatrice in her game. The Voyager witches who cross the Sea of Fragments are far higher level beings than witches who cannot leave their own territory. In territory, they are equals, but fundamentally, her magic power far exceeds Beatrice's. What is it that witches who voyage constantly in an escape from boredom seek from their journeys? Can you... Yeah, no, you can't. And Lambda? Yes. The Witch of Certainty who has lived for 1,000 years. She is using Beatrice's game like a birdcage to imprison Berncastel. Her objective is an eternal draw. Take Beatrice's side most of the time, but supports Battler when he looks like he's about to drop out. Conversely, when Beatrice starts to get cornered, she supports Beatrice. Endless is merely infinite idle repetition. Certainty, on the other hand, indicates a far stronger absolute force of will. And as for this side, yes. The Witch of Miracles who has lived for 1,000 years. Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. Back when she was a human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. It seems that she's unable to abandon others who are caught within a similar fate. Oh yeah, okay, this is like the description that she had in episode 1, I believe. So. Yeah. I think that's probably about it for that stuff. Yeah, we did see Ava's dead profile in Ange's side before, like a stream or two ago, I believe. Whew, okay. Well, before we get to theories and before we get to art, I have a little appetizer for you all, a little preview of what's to come. So, Callan, sorry, I already showed the console OP for the last one, so like it's gonna be here, but again, I don't think that it's gonna be too bad for people like completely out of context, but if you do want to avert your eyes from those opening visuals, then you can please feel free to. And I should disclaim that is pretty much the preview that I'm about to give, is that. So. Anywho. Let's do that real quick. Hi. Did you appreciate your little preview? Oh yeah. You guys have no idea what's about to happen. You have no idea. Don't even think about it too hard. Just enjoy the vibe and look forward to a week after next. Okay, but that being said, now I do have to tell you guys what we are going to be doing next week. Because I did say before that something Umineko related was going to be happening next week, even though there is going to be a week break. And that is because, yes, we are going to have a little bonus Umineko stream that slots right between episodes 4 and 5. And that is going to be a stream where I read you some nice little short stories that were written by Ryukishi and sprinkled out between the releases of these 4 episodes. Some of them are just kinda sweet and funny. Some of them are very important. So I would suggest that even if you cannot be there live, you should still watch it. It will be very important. Also, like I said, I will include information about my Umineko OC during that stream as well. That stream will probably be next Friday. So that's when that stuff is going to be happening. And MVPal, some of them are sort of loosely canon. It just depends on the tone, but the more serious toned ones usually are canon, yes. And so, now that we have done that, let's put up Kyrie MatPat, and you guys discuss your theories for a bit while I try to pull up art. Let's see, not that window. Different window. I need to check if there is new stuff that has been added. There is, quite a bit in fact. You guys really did not let me down this week. I asked you guys to bring up your art game, and you sure freaking did. Also, I see that chat going. Gonna have a lot to look at in a minute, huh? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Citrine Ray with the Canadian $2. Somebody please make Rat Pad in time for episode 5. Oh god, yeah, if somebody knows of the rat, then I think that would be a very funny thing to do. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh no. Oh gosh, the tag. Oh no, the tag. It's so out of order. Why is it so out of order? Hold up. Why does Tumblr do this to me? Scroll down, scroll down. Okay. One sec. So many links. So many links. Scroll down. Scroll down. Okay, I think that's where that is. So, let me copy these links.
No, don't worry about it, Atropos. You're good. You're good. I just want to make sure that I get everything and don't miss out. And it gives you guys time to discuss a little bit more anyway, so... Wait, did I paste the same link twice? No, okay. I didn't. Okay. Almost there. Got just a few more to go. Almost there. Okay, just got one more now. And we should be golden. Okay. And if anything comes in late, just let me know so that I can make sure not to miss it before the end of the stream. Okay. Let's scroll down on Twitter. Okay. Golden use. I know what I said. Okay. All right. Let's. Yes. Yeah, that's fair. Special interest show with Jupiter August. I will definitely do that. Thank you for bringing the idea to my attention. Okay, let me scroll up. Okay. So let's see. Are we getting anti-fantasy versus anti-mystery? I'm asking because I'm not sure if it ever got an official translation. I think so, but don't quote me on that. I think so. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Near Fantasy also brought up Rom's song, Confession of the Golden Witch. I have heard it. I think it's pretty good. And I should say that for the cover that I did of the song during the credits, Rom helped me mix that, actually, as well. So thank you, Rom M, for your wonderful work and your wonderful musical talents. Okay, let's see. So I have a theory, but it's pretty spoilery and digs into a lot of CHIRU stuff. For the time being, I'll strip out all of the spoilers. I will sit on it for now. I see. Fair. Having to rewatch this a bunch. Fair enough. And yes, I agree. We will have another theory time at the end of the short story stream. ERA, I just want to say I still believe Shannon is kind of guilty. You've held on to that one. You've been consistent with that one. I respect the consistency. Normal gay bro. This whole thing is the most slow burn romance between Battler and Beatrice. After defeating Beato, Battler super misses her and goes mad, not knowing if she's even real, and becomes Kinzo. Oh, that would be so sad, wouldn't it? That would, ugh. We don't want to see Battler turn into Kinzo. Gona, in regards to Kinzo's death, I would like to bring up how his body was hidden and preserved. I raised two possibilities. Okay. But first I must establish that I do not believe they would have been able to use traditional methods to preserve Kinzo's body. It would be very suspicious if they suddenly ordered formaldehyde.
and other such chemicals to the island, so I propose they used other methods. My first theory was that alcohol was used. Kinzo was an alcoholic, and he had a liquor cabinet in his room, which could have been used. Fair point. Oh, I guess you haven't finished typing your theory out yet. We will get back to that in a second then, I guess. Let's see. God, I have to scroll up so much. I know it wasn't an intentional parallel, but Beatrice going to Battler denying her very existence really spoke to me as a trans person. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. There is a lot of stuff that there are many queer readings that you could make of Umineko, and should. Honestly, first time I ever made it here without a single theory about the murders. I'd have to rewatch everything and take notes. I'm surprised at how well Battler has stood up. Yeah, he was definitely, he was not throwing in the towel. He was doing everything that he could. MBPal, I don't necessarily have a theory, but I have a genuine question. Beato's character confuses the hell out of me. You guys just seem to sympathize with her, but I can't understand why. Did I miss something? There's a lot going on underneath the surface with Beato. There's a lot of layers of suggested sincerity and it being hard to tell. Like, there are a lot of also interesting implications about things that have happened to her as well, and why she is the way that she is as well. So yeah, it's a whole mess. Obviously, Beato has done a lot of things that are very cruel and awful, but at the same time, she has a lot of multitudes, just like many of the other characters. One of the big things about Umineko is that even characters who do like really awful things still have sympathetic aspects of their character. And so like that's pretty much going to be a running thing. Like nobody comes out of this clean, but you can still glimpse at their humanity. Let's see. Remember when Kinzo asked Shannon to make a will for him and that was never elaborated on? Sus. Perhaps. Especially if he wasn't actually alive. Junepop, I believe that each game board is a form of Schrodinger's cat with the added benefit that there are undeniable truths within each one. These truths will help us find the mystery, i.e. Kinzo is dead. Once all the truths are found of the events of what happened in Rokenjima will be apparent. The locked rooms are exercises to deduce the actual culprit once the body discovers location, specific timeline are confirmed. Maria always dies with little blood, implying a sort of moral code the killer has. There's always an assortment of guns and sleeping pills and stakes to act as weapons. For the unraveling arc, time travel to the past where we travel to clients in on I think I don't know if you meant to phrase it like that. On the setup of each game, while the board changes with each round, Beato confirms the setup for each is the same. Yes, there are always very consistent details, even if many different things about it are different. Let's see. I know about Maria and the Black Witch. I'm just trying to see where Beato fits in. The Golden Lane gives me a feeling of Maria's toxic escapism, and Ange helps her escape by providing the thing that she was missing. I just don't exactly know how to put any of the other pieces together. Fair enough. Beatrice is not one person, but a sort of cat box that changes with every murder. Peace Beato is Shannon. She only appears when it is possible for Shannon to be alive. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, I guess I would have to think back on whether or not I wanted to like potentially argue any of those details, but it is an interesting theory nonetheless. Need to take notes and put some post-its to do the theories. I have nothing. I lost it with the whole Nanjo stuff. Yeah, it's a lot. Also, as Battler brought up, some red truths seem ambiguous as to whether they apply to every game or specific games. I've been thinking this for a while, even before this episode. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, certain red truths are only going to apply to those specific crimes as well. I guess it just depends on the situation in which they're given. Did I scroll past? Oh, Daniel said, Battler is Kyrie's biological son. No idea how or why, it just seems true. There are definitely a lot of corners from which you could argue that so far. Magic circles are important as they give information about who the culprit may be. They do not appear in the chapters where Rosa, Maria, and the servants are either dead or trapped. Ooh, that's an interesting observation, actually. I do like that. Still not sure how the scattering arc can go. You say all the mysteries can be solved now. Are the next episodes not about new games on the island? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna get too into it, but we'll see. Maybe art pieces they're only on the Discord chat, so if they don't show up, I'll try and say, oh, okay, are there ones that are only on the Discord? Sorry, I'm like, when I put up, I tend to go look in the tag first and foremost. So let me know. It's taking me a while to gather my thoughts because I was low-key a little bit zoned out for the most of the stream, but I really like how Beato's big final question to Battler is, who am I? Yeah, it's definitely a good one to end off on. And yes, backing up Cross Trash here, definitely listen to Golden Truths. Just make sure not to listen to any of the episodes for past where we're at, or else you're definitely going to get spoiled. But that is a great podcast. You should definitely listen to it. The adults were drugged and either transported to Corridorian, in which there are holes on the floor, or transported through the entrance in the Rose Garden that only Ava and Rosa used in Chapter 3. Well, yeah, but you're gonna have to account for the time, because it was like only a few minutes between like when they were in the one room and then in the tunnel, right? If you remember correctly. Or like, as it has been said anyway. Though I guess that was never said in red. Such chemicals. So the island. Okay, yeah. Getting back to this, because I'm sure you probably did follow up with it by now. My second theory is a bit out there. I looked up historical methods of embalming, and I proposed that honey was used. My belief comes from something brought up by one of the scenes in the first game. Interesting. I missed one of your earlier ones, sorry. When Kraus was calling Kenzo to come for lunch, it was brought up by the narration that his room gave up a strong sweet smell. The smell was also brought up by Kraus's dialogue. The sweet smell could have come from the method used to preserve Kenzo's body, honey, or it could come from something put in the room to hide the smell of decay. That is also a good point. You would probably want to hide the smell of a rotting corpse, if at all possible. If the corpses in the shed really are who we first thought they were in episode 1, it's just unsolvable, if not more than when we first saw it. Kenzo sucks. True! Jupiter, for the Golden Truths episode, I will post the link in the Discord after this. Kenzo, this car is a war machine. Could that be because Ava survived, so Mamon's the only one left with her, making Ava greed? Something to think about. Oh yeah, the stake parallels are definitely an interesting thing that you guys have done a lot of interesting work on. I think Battler is somehow in a time loop, and after becoming freed from the game, grows up and becomes the same Kinzo that we see in the novel so far. That would, whew, I don't even, the logistics of that. I don't even want to think of, wrapping my head around that would be so hard. But it is an interesting theory nonetheless. Still says in canon, hasn't told us his name in 4 episodes, and mystery logic dictates if we don't know his name, that's because it reveals something important. I just don't know what yet. Fair, fair. You bring up a good point. I think Beato is somebody Kinzo groomed. He keeps doing this. He uses orphans from his fucked up little orphanage to make into Beatos. Ugh, yeah, Atropos. That's something that's definitely been proposed a couple of times, and it is such an unsettling. But unfortunately, you know, it's definitely not a theory that you can totally rule out, given Kinzo's character, obviously. As the old adage goes, wouldn't put it past grandfather. I know I said Kyrie is a good/reformed witch, but I'm slightly amending that theory to be Kyrie is a former witch and no longer has that magic, but knows how witches work and can thus see them. Ooh, interesting. Pieto is Schrodinger's cat confirmed. Yeah, and she meows all the time. It's crazy. Let's see. I just remembered something else. It kind of messed with me that a previous Red Truth, there are 18 humans on the island, has now been contradicted. I guess if dead bodies count as human, it works. Well, to be fair, she said, like, I forget exactly how she phrased it, but, like, she phrased it in a sort of evasive way that technically made sense, if I remember correctly. Like, I think it was, like, up to 18 or something like that. Or yeah, no more than 18 humans on this island. Yes, that's what it was. Then yeah, that allows for the nuance there. Sorry, you guys are already correcting yourselves before I even get to it. I'm just way behind because I have to scroll down. Solution: the killer carried drug people to Kordorian as on a Segway. This might be a dumb idea, but I've been thinking the witch side elements are just how Maria views things, because it must be difficult to process all of these things for someone so young. Perhaps. Not saying that we won't get any answers. I'm saying don't expect it to be the same as the Higurashi answer arcs is all. Oh yeah, definitely. It's very distinct in that manner. Let's see. I believe Kumasawa to be the one who sent the letters to the victims' families. Okay, when Kumasawa shows up to welcome the relatives before they board the boat, Ava brought up that this doesn't fit her lazy character, and Kumasawa responded that she was doing some shopping in the area. I think she was actually sending the letters. Also, she's the only person without an alibi on October 4th. Everyone else was together, so they could send it. The only other exception is Jessie, but she lacks a motive. Interesting. Now, do remember, I think it was said that it was postmarked and sent out the day before, though, right? But I like that. I like that line of thinking. You're doing an interesting thing there. Hint to people who want to come back through the question marks for hints is to not automatically discount things. Beatrice says if it's not in Red Truth. Yeah, absolutely. Just because the Red Truth is a good tool for determining facts doesn't mean that you should not pay attention to anything that is not Red Truth, obviously. there's still some gold hidden in those white letters. That who am I form Beato at the end, like Beato and Battler's timelines aren't synced to us. Beato already knows the future Battler, but of course he doesn't remember it yet. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Sorry, I say that all the time, I know. I have to be cagey. What's up with Virgilia and Kumasawa being present in the same room this chapter? Well, Virgilia did say that Kumasawa was like a vessel, so presumably one could leave the vessel. I got scrolled down again. I'm just thinking, I did manage Curie and MatPat in a day. We're taking RatPat seriously. I mean, Daniel. Perhaps. As an old head Umineko fan who waited for the Witch Hunt translations to come out, I am loving the theories in here. It reminds me of yield form message boards. Oh yeah, me too. Absolutely. It's very fun to sort of recapture that energy. And why? But I have the awful feeling at some point Battler will be proposed as a culprit. They've mentioned it a lot, and the fact that he could clearly be fooled about his identity means that could be applying here, like the real/original Ushiromiya Battler returned to take revenge somehow. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's definitely been a lot of ambiguity thrown around about Battler here. We still know pretty much that, like, he is Kinzo's grandchild. Obviously, Beato wouldn't refute that. But we you know, the thing with Asumu still definitely throws some stuff into question. There's a special mark next to people who've already previously read Umineko, so I know who has spoilers or not. Yeah. Have a little brooch on your name tag or something. Not channel members, though. You guys already have that, and it's different. Something about Battler I might know, but it's vague. I don't know if the thing I saw is even actually in the game. Yeah, well, just to be careful, probably, like, hold it back, though. Is Asumu gonna become an actual character? I will not say anything about Asumu. I refuse to say anything about Asumu. I will not tell you one way or the other. If I told you that she wasn't an important character, then you would start to rule her out for things, and if I did tell you that she was an important character, then you would start to speculate about how she is important. Therefore, I refuse. Battler gets a cape. Yeah, you know, his superhero cape. He's Super Battler. He's ascended the question arcs, and now he has become Scattering Arc Battler. I just want to know if she'll have a sprite is all. That's fair, but yeah, I will not say anything about it. I will near fantasy. I will show my OC in the next stream. In the short story stream that I'll be doing next week. I'll do that then. But until then, not a moment sooner. Okay. So, not to cut people off, because I know that there is a lot theory-wise going on here, and I anticipated that, but please feel free to leave anymore in the comments because I think we need to get to art. So let's do that. So, ha cha 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 cha. Let's get up the fan art window. Yes, we will have art time next stream as well, so feel free to contribute for it. Okay, I believe that we got what we need here, so let's turn on the fan art layer. Yes, okay. So, first of all, hold up, let me, no, wrong size. Stay the same size. First, we have this from Yomiya_0613. This was when we were making the joke about Rudolph being able to immaculately conceive Battler last stream. Hear me out. It's possible for Rudolph to conceive without magic. He gave birth to Battler. Battler wasn't born from Asumu because he was born from Rudolph. The fucking Kasumi face is so, like, it really makes this. It's very funny. She's just like got the same energy as like Vivian's sisters in fucking Paper Mario. Fucking laughing. The worst to ever do it, Kasumi Sumidera. This is really good. You did a good job of capturing Rudolph's vibe, by the way. This is like, yeah, this is like, it's very rare that I see people like really capture Rudolph's energy like this. I think you did a great job. Fantastic work. Next, we have this from Daniel, which is more Drawtectives crossover art. Jancy and Kyrie. Fuck it, we're doing all at once. Jancy and Kyrie were fun to draw. Jancy was easier with the shapes, but I'm glad I put in the work with Kyrie. I drew more from her stage play actress, who is gorgeous, by the way, and I love how she looks now. Jancy looks good in a purple shirt and suit, and Kyrie is slaying in that regal type fit Jancy has. This was the thing to prompt this whole series. Our beloved June Pop 45 mentioned the idea of Kyrie true in the middle of another discussion, which inspired me. The doodle was something I made before starting this whole outfit swap thing. I made the idea a while back and I liked it, but lost interest in finishing it. Jancy's off in the corner, just like the show when Julia doesn't want to animate her, so she'll step in eventually and solve the mystery. She is a brain genius. So there's that, and then there is this follow-up.
There are no rhinos on Rokenjima.
What's it say?
And there's part of the caption here talking about basically like the discussion of like, oh, they say a rhino did it. Beato says there's no rhinos on Rokenjima in red, but York can't fucking read. None of us can read. I still don't understand the Drawtectives jokes, but I assume that I will if I ever get into it. But in the meanwhile, you did a fantastic job as always with this crossover art, Daniel. We also have this from Daniel, some wonderful, wonderful Yuri. Anti-Memon Kiss. I just think that they're cute together. This piece was started after the second stream in the NezumiVA read-through of episode 4 and finished this Wednesday morning. The idea was to draw a beautiful piece of possible of the two women, Ange and Memon kissing, then a doodle of the non-magical series of events where Ange's just playing tongue hockey with her in the air. However, we all know that magic is real, so she's still got those impossible lipstick marks, which is, of course, this.
Weird girl.
And then an alternate color palette here as well. Did I not get the... Oh, I guess I didn't get the other... Hold up. Let me not miss that too. That's important. I don't know why that link got missing in there. Hold up. Yeah, so this.
Okay. How'd you even manage to do that?
Do what? Just very, very good. Yeah, and then the alt color palette. This one was tricky since I'm used to darker pieces rather than the daytime lighting setup. I still think I did well. You absolutely did. The sea is really, really pretty here. I made sure the pose was sufficiently magical with Mammon floating as if swimming in the air with a windswept look to everything. I like to think it's a real tender and gentle kiss, you know. Also made their expressions were subtly different, Mammon being more confident, Ange portraying more desperation, leaning into and sinking into it. And of course I had to do the foot pop, who do you think I am? The alt colors were made with help from our very own Arahabaki Gaming, who looked at the alts from Golden Fantasia and told me what colors their shoes were. I zuzzed it up a bit further by swapping their hair colors. So excited for this Friday, even if you're looking at this not knowing what the fuck is going on. I recommend tuning into the stream where Nezumi will be wrapping up episode 4. It's like when you watch Jotaro vs. Dio before anything else in JoJo, and then go back and watch it all through from part 1 onwards. Obviously, if you don't want spoilers, I understand though. Much love to everyone in the YouTube chat and Marcy yourself, after I'm sure we've all bawled our eyes out. And oh yeah, haven't we? Great job, Daniel. Really, really like this. You did fantastic. Next, we have... this also from Yomi_0613. Rudolph's T4T4T polycule with Kyrie and Asumu can explain how he conceived Battler without magic. Check Beato, Ava, Rosa, and Krause with their allies. And can I just, like, because this just Ash baby expression on the baby Battler, like, what? This is like Sistine Chapel art for like the greatest of all shit posts. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I like couldn't stop losing it when I saw this earlier. You did such a great job. Oh my god. This is like genuinely like, it's so beautiful and for what, right? Like artists can just do anything they want and we love that for them. It's so great. Thank you so much, Yomi. Oh my god. Next, we have this from Maya JVIX on Twitter. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Wish I had the time to bring this past a sketch before the question arc finale stream, but the past is in the past. Thank you sincerely for rekindling my appreciation of this game. I may be a lurker, but this game helped me understand myself more and more. This game will always hold a special place in my heart, and your phenomenal voice acting has made this third experience special. As someone who empathizes with Ange immensely, I feel myself being able to follow her journey farther and farther. Thank you for allowing me to revisit this work in this way. Thanks to it, I feel ready to take that step away from the world of the Black Witch. Aw, thank you so much. And this staging, like the composition, the framing and everything, really, really good stuff. I really, really like this. And your message is so sweet. I really appreciate it. I'm really glad that I could do that and like help people re-experience this or experience this game for the first time. Like it is a very special work to me and to a lot of people, and I'm happy to be able to share that with all of you. Excellent work. Thank you for your contribution. We have this from Deathbird Art on Tumblr. Couldn't make it to stream today, so here's Rosa Sins instead. Yes, you've been making a sin chart for all of the siblings, and here we have our JoJo-style Rosa Sin chart, which is very interesting. Obviously, Wrath is way up there. Pride is pretty up there. Greed and Gluttony about the same level-ish. Envy is also, you know, about... Sloth is not up there, which is yeah, interesting. And then Lust is pretty high as well. Yeah, lots going on with Rosa at all times. Interesting theories here. But we'll see how it continues to hold up as we go along. Next, we have, yes, this from Gloomy Squids on Twitter. I said I'd draw Natsueva in the Discord, so here it is. I told you so. Yeah, we sure do love our toxic old woman Yuri. Eva Natsu, a classic ship, and you did a great job of rendering them here. I really like their expressions. They're very cute. You did a great job. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. I am always here to stand and salute for my toxic Yuris. We have this from Maya JVIX as well. A different person can't claim canon as their name. Credit to Nightlight for this idea. I had to draw him. Nyanon. he looks like. Do you know, like, it reminds me of like the Oliver and Company characters. You know what I mean? Like he's got that sort of energy about him, or like a warrior cat or something. Either way, he's absolutely adorable. Canon definitely has that energy. Thank you. This is so cute. He is so cute. Look at this scrumbly little guy. We have this from Normal Gay Bro on Twitter.
Hello, Battler. Runave and I will be stepping out for a bit, but I've summoned some of my highest level furniture to keep your company in our absence. The rookie killer, Winston Payne, is here to destroy you.
Oh yes, that's right, Battler. You'll never defeat me. They call me the Rookie Killer for a reason.
Yeah. God. Do you want? I just want to know. Like, I want to see what would happen if you put Battler and Payne in the same room to debate each other for like a single minute, like 60 seconds. Time it. What would happen? I need to know because I don't think it would go well for this man. Oh, you poor bastard. You poor bastard. Tutorial villain. Maybe Battler can actually win properly. Maybe so, you know? Anything's possible. We have this from why is your... Okay, yes, I thought that was it. I don't know why it was cutting off your name for a second while I was looking at it on Twitter. But this is from Space Caribou on Twitter, in honor of NezumiVA's Umineko Question Arcs finale and Battler's final debate with Beato. Battler doing the Phoenix Right point. As he needs to do. Obviously, he is an Ace Attorney character at heart. We all know this. So it was only a matter of time. We had to see it. Thank you. You did a really good job mimicking the pose, by the way. The anatomy here is pretty nice, pretty nice. And now we have, starting off with this from, I mean, this is from Atropos, but your Tumblr's Dapper Snakes. It's the end of the question arcs on NezumiVA's streams of Umineko, so it's time to post every dumb drawing I've done. The first ones are from memory and done on a plane, so that's why they're like that. The struggle for me to remember Battler's hair spanned several drawings. I also drew Kinzo from memory, and he looks terrible. No, you did a good job. This is Kyrie, Natsuhi. We've got these Battlers with his hair, and then we also have Kinzo here. I do not know what he looks like. Absolutely gold, not the ingot, one-winged eagle. It looks like he's holding his little soda, which is funny. And now, moving on to your second post of drawings, we have... These are my epitaph-based drawings because I have become famous in the Nezumi Discord for thinking about the epitaph 100% of the time. Train, Manchester, the Key, River, London, they are not studying. We discuss my potential coronation if I do figure it out, and I jokingly called myself the Witch of Seasoning because for some reason I got really caught up on that as a title. If I were to actually get a title, I'd go for a Witch of Beneficence, but I digress. Witch of Seasoning. Atropos Pantry. We'll always know this title. You offered it now, so it's not going anywhere. But Beneficence is also really good. We also have this. Here are my quick sketches of the Umineko women that I got to. Sorry, Rosa. Including my terrible Ellen DeGeneres Kyrie. So you start with Ava, whom I love. Natsuhi, who I also love. And Ellen DeGeneres Kyrie. That would be quite the fan casting. You remember those old fan castings where people would like do terrible photoshops of like British celebrities as their favorite anime characters? It reminds me of that like era of Tumblr Photoshop. But needless to say, you captured the energy very well. Moving on to a slightly more serious piece as well from Atropos. I've been thinking about my similarity to Maria USHIROMIYA a lot as a kid who lived in an abusive household, and I did some art commemorating her in child me and the hope that we can learn and grow and heal. We are what we know, what we see, what we learn. We do what we have to survive. And then this in the moonlight. Such a very sweet piece. And I think like there are a lot of people here that can absolutely relate to Maria. And I think it's very sweet how much love Maria gets from the community. I'm really glad that that is the case, because one of the things that really irritated me about early Umineko fandom, actually, especially when the anime came out, is that so many people were just so unrelentingly cruel to Maria, like for memes and shit, and would like call her annoying and all that. I'm glad that, you know, obviously the vibe has changed enough to now that like people can obviously understand and appreciate and sympathize with Maria. I'm glad that, you know, she gets the kindness that she deserves, at least from us, if nobody else. And finally, we have this from Junepop45. There's a ton of mysteries in Umineko when they cry, and there are a few. And here are a few, left to right: Quinn, Kitty, and Daniel. Though we've gone through the question arcs, more shall be asked in the upcoming stream. Will we find the truth? Can we even handle the truth? A good question. But hey, you guys are cracking at it constantly, and you're doing a good job trying. Normal Gabriel, you had another art that you submitted? Let me see. Where was it? Did I miss it? I don't see anything. Oh, was it the Pearl one? Because I did show that on the Ace Attorney stream last week, if that's what it was. But I'll wait for you to answer. It was from today. Okay, let me see. Where was it? Did I miss it? Because I don't see anything in the tag. Oh, okay, I see it, I see it. I found it. I don't know why it didn't pop up in the tag. That's strange. But, it's this, which I'm a perfectly normal amount of happy with Krause's floating sphere, how Krause's floating sphere of a head turned out. I'm definitely way too happy about this.
I'm in need of a skilled defense attorney to represent me on several charges of fraud.
But you did it.
Ah, so you understand why I need a skilled attorney.
I mean, at least he's being straight up about it. At least he's being real. I would love to see the dynamic between Phoenix and Krause. Honestly, like, Phoenix up against, like, any of the Umineko characters would be such a funny time. God. Yeah. It's, yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright. I think that may be all, but let me check one more time just to be sure. Nothing in the Twitter tag that I have missed, and nothing in the Tumblr tag that I have missed. I believe that is everything. So, I'm just gonna give it a second. If anybody has any last minute interjections, just in case. Well, I don't think that I have heard any objections for anything. So, that being said, I think that we have hit a good stopping point. We have been through a lot today, but we have more to come next week and the week after that.
because we are all stacked on Umineko. I have had a great time. I hope you guys have had a great time. I will see you all later. Thanks for tuning in. And when next we meet, we will move on to episodes 5 through 8. Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective. But before that, got some short stories next week, and then we will start that the week after. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking it out with me one more time. Until then, I will see you all again later. I have been NezumiVA. I have had a great time. See ya!